choice you make, whatever the decision you take, know that just by beginning your postgraduate studies, you are already taking a brave step towards your future. Now, a quick overview of today's session. We will begin with a talk with our own rector about value-based leadership and how it affects the higher education landscape. I hope that our participants are prepared with pen and paper, or at least Microsoft Word opened in front of you. Trust me, our dear rector would love to have your questions, thoughts, and opinions throughout this slot. So ready your fingers to comment in the chat box. Next, we will have a sharing session with an alumni of the university. I believe he will share with us some valuable experience and insights that all of us can learn from in order to survive and excel postgraduate studies. And I guess that's our morning session. Our afternoon session will, of course, be a cultural ta'aruf activity where we'll try to instill some sense of togetherness in facing different background and multiple cultures. With that, I would like to move on to the first session of the day. And as custom dictates, let me provide some introduction about our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak obtained his Bachelor of Pharmacy degree from University of Science Malaysia and a Master degree in Pharmacology from the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, Scotland. He was conferred the title Professor Emeritus by USM in 2019, and in the following year, he was conferred with an honorary doctorate of Da'wah and Islamic Management from USIM for his contribution in expounding the dimensions of Da'wah during his time serving at the university. The rector has also won many awards for his contribution in academia, most notably the 2017 Gilbert Medal from Universitas 21 for his, I quote, his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. Apart from that, he was also conferred with the Order of the Rising Sun Gold Race with neck ribbon by the government of Japan for his contribution towards academic collaboration and exchange between Malaysia and Japan. Currently, he is a fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, the World Academy of Art and Sciences, and the World Academy of Islamic Management. Tan Sri is also a weekly op-ed columnist for the New Straits Times, where he often shares his thoughts on contemporary and academic issues. Ladies and gentlemen, with the topic, the importance of value-based leadership in higher education, I would now like to invite Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak to take the digital stage. Is okay. Tan Sri, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Greeting of peace. A very good day to all of you. Let me first of all take this opportunity to thank the organizer, particularly UNESCO and the University of South Africa, for allowing me to share my views on this very important topic of reimagining the futures of sustainable higher education towards 2050. This is indeed a topic that is close to our hearts, and all of us in higher education are struggling to find out what the future means for us, particularly given the pandemic. On that note, I would like to welcome you and thank you for participating and also contributing to this idea of the futures of the sustainable higher education towards 2050. Let me begin by introducing you very briefly my university, which is the International Islamic University of Malaysia, that is established in 1983, will be 40 years, 2 years from now. And this is a university that dedicates itself to higher education, particularly for the vulnerable, for the people who have not had an opportunity for higher education anywhere around the world. It is an Islamic university, yet it is not only for Muslims and the Islamic world. We serve the entire humanity, and we are hoping that the futures of higher education will be moving towards those directions. I would like to introduce you very quickly some of the credentials that the university has got over the last few years. We have been recognized by UNESCO for the UNESCO Chair of Future Studies on Anticipation for Sustainability and Well-being just a few months ago. Last year, we were awarded the International Award for Institution for Sustainability for the year 2020. And this recognizes the activities that we've been devoting ourselves to on sustainable development. Before that, we are humbly recognized by the United Nations University in Tokyo as a regional centers of expertise for sustainable development within our own region called the Greater Gombak. These are the three accolades that I would like to introduce to you to give you some confidence that the work that we are doing has been recognized and to a certain extent has also given some ideas of what the futures of the university are all about, which I will elaborate a little bit on this particular keynote that I'm giving you today. Let me try and give you the context of what the discussion will be all about. I think all of us agree that moving forward will be uncertain, ambiguous. Some people call it complex. Yeah? But these are the issues that I think we are all confronting, but none of us, at least not me, are prepared for this. And therefore, how do you go about in trying to find this balance into what we call this chaotic world? If we are unable to do that, the crisis ahead will be daunting. Added with the pandemic, we probably will not be able to deliver education the way it should be delivered, given all these other challenges in front of us and more challenges to come if you are not careful in how to handling the situation ahead of us. To do that, I would like to share with you what the university is all about. First of all, the vision of the university itself is quite unique. Unlike many of the universities that I know, here we talk about the betterment of human life and civilization. It is not just about the university, it is not just about Malaysia, it is not just about a community or a group of community, but it's also about humanity as such. And here I think the four keywords that is important to ensure betterment of human life and civilization are the word trustership, that is translated from the word Khalifah, also stewardship to a certain extent, the word trust or values of trustworthiness, which is translated from the word Amanah, and last but not least is the word knowledge, which is translated from the word Iqra, that not only means recitation, but also reflection, translation, and also making things real at the same time. In other words, not just theoretical knowledge, but knowledge which has practical values for the relevant period that it is meant for. The Rahmatan lil Alamin, which means mercy to all. In other words, as I mentioned, it's not confined to any segment or any sector or any population, but it is directed to humanity as a whole, not only human life, but also non-human life and the environment around it, as the outcome of this leading the way that we are trying to forge as far as the university is concerned. Yeah? For that, all of this must be seen in a perspective that is interrelated with one another, although it has its own sort of emphasis, but it has to be interrelated another so that at the end of the day, we can culminate it into what we call the value of education in our own context, and that context is what I use the word sejahtera in the indigenous terms of the word. The word sejahtera is about balance, is about harmony, is about fairness, is about equitability, is also about how to build relationship across whatever sector you are in. And it is not new because in many society, in many culture, they have something which is equivalent. In Japan, they have this word ikigai. In Sweden, the word lagom means not too much, not too little, just enough in the context of balance. Africa has got the word ubuntu, I am because you are. Again, this context of relationship, creating balance, fairness, justice. And certainly, I think all of us understand the word yin yang from Chinese, again, talking about balance and so on and so forth. In our part of the world, the Malay archipelago or the Nusantara, the word is sejahtera. And sejahtera will be the driving force as far as moving ahead in creating a future of education that has its own context within this particular part of the world that could then relate to other parts of the world, as I've just to demonstrate in different cultures and different sectors where the word sejahtera has got its own connection with its culture across human heritage. This becomes more important now with the pandemic, that this whole idea of living together across same value system, even the terminology may be different, but the values are the same. How then we can interrelate with one another and build education around it? In other words, it is not a false sort of creation. It is almost an organic creation because all of us have got the same values. Now we need to build around it so that we can interrelate with one another in a more natural and an organic way. So to do that, I think we need to understand a little bit of what this sejahtera is all about. It has three dimensions at the first level that talks about spirituality, the emotional dimension of the person, and all governed to an ethical dimension. And this ethical dimension is where the value are cast. That this ethical dimension will keep everything in its own sort of perspective so that everybody will have a fair share and experiencing the same justice. In other words, we look at education in the context of sejahtera as a leveler of society as such. Built on this, then we will build the cognitive part, the intellectual part, and also the psychological part at the same time. This then adds to what I call the microcosm, the dimension that we need to educate ourselves within before we begin to educate anything around us. Until and unless we experience peace, until and unless we know what harmony is all about, it's just difficult to dispense peace and harmony because we have never experienced it. So the idea of trying to educate ourselves before we educate other people will be the fundamental values as far as the new education or the future education is all about, so that the balance between the mind and the heart becomes something which is real. Oftentimes when we talk about education today, the heart is not involved. It's very much an intellectual activity where the heart has no place at all. Suddenly, with the pandemic, we find that emotions becomes important, the question of mental health becomes important, and the question of heart becomes important. How do you bring this into the fold of the new education system is something that we want to understand and how to make it happen. To do this, I think we need to create this micro-balance, and this micro-balance will then allow us to function in the macro-balance, which is the world outside us, be it the ecological dimension, be it the economic dimension, cultural, and also the societal dimension. These are four dimensions that defines the macrocosm. We are supposed to interact, we are supposed to deliver, or in fact, we are supposed to learn from one another within this dimension. If you are not prepared for this, then I think we will not be able to deliver the best that we could. At the end of the day, we also want to see a kind of a balance, not only the micro balance, but also the macro balance. And this macro balance and the micro balance will be the final objective of what education would be like in the future. How do you maintain this balance between the human person and his environment? And this is where I think Sejahtera becomes into practice, how to make the balance becomes equitable as much as possible during the process of our lifetime. And that is what I call the Sejahtera principle of balance, which future education hopefully will address. If this is done, then we find that at the end of the day, we will be able to deliver many of the things that we have sought to deliver over a period of time. This is one example that I will share with you. In the year 2021, some of the achievements that we have made in trying to bring this balance into fore, in trying to make it relevant, in trying to convert it into something which is impactful rather than putting it just on a piece of paper as part of publication and so on and so forth. These are some of the highlights that I want to share with you that gives us confidence. If we push the way we want to push it, using the framework that we have created for ourselves, we will be able to make a dent as far as the education of the future in 2050 is concerned. These red dots that I have earmarked for you are some of the achievements that we've got, be it in terms of education, be it in terms of energy saving, be it in terms of looking at what the future is all about when you talk about your UNESCO chair and all the other accolades that we have got to show and to give us confidence that we are in the right track in trying to usher the new way of education moving forward using sustainable development as one of the pillars and creating a sustainable higher education towards 2050. Given the mission of the statement, the vision of the statement that I mentioned to you earlier, I want to demonstrate three things that is happening to us. Before I came into this university, one thing that we notice is everything is in a siloed form. These are an example of the three faculties or the three kuliah that we talked about, or rather the four kuliah that we talked about in university. They are almost on their own. They are not interacting with one another the way we want it to be, and they are almost in their own silo sets as well. What we did in the last 1 year, the whole of 2019, was to break the silos and to make sure that this university works together as a common platform in trying to achieve whatever knowledge we think it is necessary, not only for the university, but for the community around it. And this is what we call the flagship initiative. A flagship initiative is a platform for everybody to come together on the notion of what the flagship is all about. By definition, this flagship means the ship in a fleet which carries a commanding admiral, the best or the most important things owned or produced by a particular organization, in this case, our university. There are many things in the university that we are proud of, that we think we can share with the world around us, but we need to organize ourselves to make sure that this flagship really has a kind of a commanding position so that we can share with other people around the world. Perhaps it is difficult for us to understand the flagship in the context of what it is now. I would like to share what happens in the motor industry. A classical example is the Ferrari. It is a flagship, the Ferrari, for the year 1984 to 2013. And you can see for every other year, there is a flagship car as far as Ferrari is concerned. And what strikes me, not only they are consistently red, in other words, there's the brand, what Ferrari is trying to move forward, but every year when the car is produced, they are produced in limited numbers. They are not a mass production kind of a thing, where university tend to be now, and therefore, to a certain extent, losing its own sort of quality and its own sort of attraction as far as what the flagship means. So this is a flagship that we are trying to build, and over a period of time, I will share you some of these flagship programs that we are now able to push forward in trying to create what a future university would be like by the year 2050. Now, on that note, I think we've started to understand this flagship and use sustainable development goal as one of the driver to move it forward. Very early in the 1980s, we started to demonstrate this through some of these conferences, and this is the one that is in Malaysia in the 2019, the SDG Summit, and we begin to introduce the idea of flagship and how sustainable development works within this particular framework. To meet one of the mission of the university, which is mission number 2, that talks about balance, progress, as well as sustainable development, we use then sustainable development as a key platform, as I've mentioned to you. Then in the year 2020, as we begin to understand sustainable development, suddenly we are struck by another unanticipated sort of crisis, which is the COVID-19, and I'm sure all of us know about this. And therefore, the flagship suddenly turns into something which is quite different. We talk about the flagship in the context of COVID-19. How do you actually move the flagship in trying to control, if not mitigate, and understand what this COVID-19 is all about as another challenge for us to move forward in terms of education. Suddenly, we are faced with lockdowns, not one lockdown, but many lockdowns to a certain extent, and I think all of us understand this, affecting our education system, the way things are moving, and in fact, the health status of our students, particularly in the context of mental health. This allows us to do many other things. Talking about physical distancing, I think we are one of the few universities around our country that talk about physical distancing right from day one rather than social distancing, because social distancing does not give us the impact of what physical distancing is all about, the use of sanitizers and eventually the use of face masks. This becomes an added dimension to what the flagship is all about. How do you actually get into another motion of solidarity in trying to face this kind of adversity, maintaining what we call now the standard operational behavior so that we can also push away the COVID-19 infection as far as the population and the university is concerned. On that note, I think we are able to understand that the communities and sustainable development are moving together. And this is another chart that talks about the community is important in trying to get into a solidarity state, the bonding state, and therefore the concept of physical distancing is important vis-a-vis social distancing. Social distancing gives you another implication as far as the community behavior is concerned. And therefore, we use sustainable development once again to understand how people can work together given some of these goals that we have seen. Goal number 1, goal number 2, goal number 3, which is about hunger, which is about poverty, and which is about cleanliness and health, which is very fundamental as far as COVID-19 is concerned. And how this then adds on to the goal number 16, which is about creating peace, and goal number 17 is about working together as far as partnership is concerned. This will be then the framework that we are working to push or to change education moving forward in the year 2030 and beyond to 2050. As you can see in the last slides, I showed you an idea of what education is all about as far as we're concerned, but you can see that we have added on what we call SDG 18. Because on introspection, we see that there is another kind of bonding that we need to promote, which is what we call the spiritual bonding. And the university now is working on SDG 18. We hope that spiritual bonding will add on to what we call the physical distancing. Although physically we are apart, but spiritually, as human beings, as humanity, we are kept together through the spiritual sort of understanding and living, defending, and also caring with one another. So that is the flagship that we are creating for the year 2020 and beyond, in other words, in trying to understand how do we now work or at least, protect ourselves from this infection. There are documents that talk about how to use sustainable development to arrive at no one left behind. And this is again a document that describes very much the things that we do in trying to bring people together in understanding what the pandemic is all about. The other goal or the mission that we are talking about is about intercultural understanding and fostering a civilizational dialogue. The year 2021 brought us another challenge when we talk about the vaccines. And therefore, the flagship turns itself into another sort of platform where we take vaccines into account as a mode of trying to control, if not manage, what the COVID-19 is all about. Yeah? That picture that you see in front of you now is a university organizing itself into what we call the vaccine center, where we invite population around the university to have their own vaccination free of charge provided by the university and the government at the same time. This becomes almost an automatic sort of contribution of the university to the community so that everyone in the community are looked after as far as vaccination is concerned. You do understand that vaccination has its own politics, has its own reality, where some people has got better chance of being vaccinated as compared to some others. The idea that we are creating here, what we call the high-touch engagement, is to make sure that everybody actually is vaccinated and not being left behind. And this is one of the platforms that allows us to actually create a solidarity among our university. And this is more important for me because suddenly during that particular period of time, we were inundated with heavy downfall. Rains for months on end, that some of the community that is now being left behind are also faced with another sort of calamities of floods and so on and so forth. We see people are stranded in many locations, and that adds on to the kind of solidarity that we need in terms of education. This is almost to me like a test of how functional this flagship is and how relevant it is when it comes to solving challenges that is unexpected. And I'm happy to report to you that our student responds almost like duck to water. Everybody takes their role going out to the community. We have to organize now buses, 700, 800 of them leave almost every day to the community around them to make sure that they are safe, to make sure that they are moved into safer places, and also to make sure that their houses are cleaned once the flood has subsided. And this becomes a routine activity almost for the 1 or 2 months that the student came back to me and reported, we learned a lot more when we work with the community in those state of affairs rather than staying in our library or our lab and lecture halls. These are things that we cannot get from the textbooks. And these are the things that I think we want because we become relevant as far as the community is concerned. In other words, our students are really prepared to move on the ground, given the flagship, given the kind of framework that we've prepared for them, so that at the end of the day, they become a positive contributor to the community, and hopefully this will contribute to what the future of education is all about. At the end of the day, we are meeting the last mission of our university, talking about deep sense of social responsibility among staff and students. And this happens because we have got another framework which is called the Sejahtera Academic Framework, which actually combines a number of things. Not only the mission statements and the vision statements that I talked to you about, not only the national philosophy of education that this country has got, but also it relates to other goals like the Sustainable Development Goal, like Education for Sustainable Development, like UNESCO 4 Pillars of Learning, or indeed the 5 Pillars of Learning with Learning to Become. All these are mixed together to create what we call the transformative, value-based future academic direction. In other words, IIUM has already prepared itself to realign with these major goals of not only meeting education for 2030, but also 2040 and indeed 2050 as we move on, where the entire student experience becomes an important contribution to the future of education, not only in terms of its theory, but also in terms of its experience and the practical being translating knowledge into reality. That has been our thrust for the last 3 or 4 years. That has been our move forward in creating what future sustainable higher education would look like. Given this framework, we are able to translate it into a larger plan, which is a scenario plan, and is part of the UNESCO Chairs for the Future, that we have not got our own image of where the university will be in the year 2040. So it becomes quite good for us that we have got Education 2030, we have got our own Education 2040, and now we are talking about Education 2050, all well realigned in trying to create what the future higher education will look like at the end of the day. Let me summarize what I have said in this one slides to understand where we have gone through given the experiences of the last couple of years. As I've mentioned earlier, we started with a very different kind of organization that is siloed, that is segmented, and have very little interaction with one another. And in fact, that is a starting point as far as trying to change the university moving into the future. What we did, therefore, is to identify what are the platforms that is necessary to break down the silos. And as mentioned, we work on an integrated, transformative sort of transdisciplinary platform so that people can come together and break down as much walls as possible and interact with one another. And for that, we also change the kind of evaluation that is necessary. It's no longer now the conventional exams, but exams could be something that talks about not just achievements of the end product, but more importantly, the development of thinking and also knowledge producing at the same time. Often there is no exams so that students can experience and understand what education and knowledge is all about. This allows us then to talk about how to move the university away from just the environment of the university. In other words, connecting ourselves with the community around us, be community engaged, and more importantly, trying to transform the community at the same time the university as part and parcel of one holistic community that is responsible for each other. And that requires another set of activities that moves us away from the comfort zone of just doing research and also acting on something which is very theoretical rather than with practical reality, solving real issues in real time. And this is where the whole idea of trying to create the kind of students is quite different from what it used to be. We look at the students as a whole person that has different needs and different wants, and therefore different diversity that needs to be answered to, which is provided by the Sejahtera academic framework. And the academic framework is the one that drives the student into creating a new learning environment that at the end of the day not only talks about the impact factors, the KPIs as we call it, but also the impact on the ground, the real impact on the ground that we can really feel, touch, and sometimes see. And this is what we call the KIP, which is the key intangible performance. To quote Einstein, not everything that can be counted counts, but not everything that counts can be counted. I think often we have left that the KIP, the things that is counted, but because we can't count it, and therefore it just left on its own. We are trying to bring this back so that when we talk about a whole institution transformation, we are actually talking about as much as possible, not only the tangibles, but also the intangibles, including the attitudes, including the beliefs, including the values at the same time that adds on to what education would be about. And therefore, it is about connecting the dots. Not only connecting the dots within the university's environment, but also connecting the dot with other players at the same time, especially in the community. They have got their own understanding of what knowledge is all about. Often they've got wisdom that we have forgotten. And how do you bring this back so that we can humanize education? So that education is about creating better human beings, that we can live together in peace and harmony the way we talked about it in Sustainable Development Goal 16, partnering with one another, which is Sustainable Development Goal 17, and answering all the other goals that we are supposed to meet by the year 2030 and beyond. So these are the issues that I think we have been grappling with. And if we are able to do this, we are beginning to see what we call the whole society transformation. In other words, the university not only works for itself, but they also responsible in bringing communities together with them, and they grow together, as our mission has stated, betterment for human life and civilization, meeting what the university is intended for, not only for itself, but for humanity as a whole. So on that note, I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and I hope the little experience that we've got will be able to spark some ideas of where we need to move as far as education for sustainable development towards 2050 is concerned. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and a greeting of peace. Okay. Assalamualaikum, Faiz.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr.
Okay, can I just summarize?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that was my speech, I think, for UNESCO on the 25th. In other words, it's a speech for the world, as it were, given the situation or the position of IIUM. I am representing the university. In a way, I am representing you at the same time. I think it is more than just what the title says in your what you call in your ta'aruf, the importance of value-based leadership in higher education. Certainly, I think it takes not only about the question of leadership, as you have seen, many more things that is related to the university, particularly the vision and the mission of the university. How do we make it relevant? Not only for our university, but also for Rahmatan Lil Alamin, and not only for Rahmatan Lil Alamin, but also into the future for 2050, right? So it is more than what I think you bargain for. But I just want to bring this to you because now this is part and parcel of the university's activity, the university's program. And all this program needs the participation of students, particularly postgraduate students, particularly the more matured students rather than just the undergraduate students to make it happen. We have now tell the world what we want to do. Now the world is certainly expecting something out of us. And therefore you must play your role and I also must play my role. And therefore we need to understand this very, very well. Where do we meet? As students, as staff, as universities management, where do we meet to make this happen in the way I have presented it? But for now, I just want to pause for a while. I want to get some feedback from you. What do you think it is all about and how do you think we can sort of enhance this for the sake of the students moving forward? Not only as students, as you can see from the slides, but also as a Muslim. Students are students, but everybody else is students, but we want to represent Muslim students, a well-mannered, considerate, kind Muslim students moving forward. It's not just here to take a piece of paper at the end of the day, you got a degree, you call a doctor so-and-so, but you are still the same old person that you were. In fact, sometimes it could be worse depending on your experience in university. That is important, but what is more important is how do you play a role model coming from university, given all this extensive thing that I've mentioned about, how do you differ from other universities? How do you, IIUM, postgraduate students, graduate students, or even alumni of IIUM differ from universities around the world? And I think that's the key message for this. How do we actually differentiate ourselves? Calling ourselves an international Islamic university, what is so great about an international Islamic university compared to other universities around the world, within your ambits and also within our own ambits? So these are the core discussion that we need to have. These are the core platform that we think we need to build on, so that students can be a very meaningful contribution into the university and inshallah for the world at large. Yeah. So I'll stop there. Faiz, maybe you want to take some questions, and after that we can come to a conclusion of what that we need to do. Can you give me just 2 minutes? I'll come back in a short while.
No problem, sir. No problem, sir. On the meantime, everyone, you are feel free to comment in the chat box your questions or thoughts, or perhaps just your opinion in regards to the issue, as well as what has been deliberated by by director himself just now. But I do feel like it's relatable to us, especially when it is. Oh, okay. So if anyone have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat box, or perhaps you can unmute yourself. I think the technical team has already set everyone to be able to unmute yourself. So if you have any questions, any thoughts, any opinions, you may do so. I see Prof. Ida already opened her camera. I don't know if she has any question to ask.
Anybody can ask anything.
So anybody can ask anything. I see some people here. If you cannot unmute yourself, or perhaps you don't want to speak, you can just chat. You can put in chat box for everyone, or perhaps you can direct it to me.
Yep.
All right. So there's one question here, is that in the slide just now that you presented in UNESCO, is that you stated about having these 3 key components about the emotional, spiritual, and ethical aspect of things, in which we have to have balance between all of those 3 in order to actually strive for success. However, in the event if there is a conflict between all of these 3, which of them would prevail?
Well, okay, this is where I think the question of ethics becomes important. Ethics is the underlying thing. At the end of the day, if you want to make a decision, you want to make a decision which is ethically correct, all right? And I think you can define ethics the way you want to define it, but certainly in IIUM, there is a set of code of ethics. If you go into our vision number 4, if I'm not mistaken, it talks about a code of ethics that you need to abide by. And that code of ethics represents us. The code of ethics represents Islam. The code of ethics represents what we want to arrive at. And I think that will be the decision point at the end of the day. If you want to make we are faced with a dilemma, what is it that we need to do? And indeed, I think this is a very, very important question. I think for the last 3 or 4 months, I think the university has been grappling with exactly this issue of ethics. When we find there are a lot of misconduct, where there are certain misbehavior, that do not represent the university at all. And so often you see when there is something which is negative about the university, it gets viral very, very quickly. Somehow or other, there are people who want to promote just the downside of anything, including the university, anything else. The positive news, the good news do not travel so fast, but the negative news travel very, very fast. Whether it's right or whether it's wrong, it's not the issue. But the moment people now know what is happening within the campus, then I think all of us are troubled by it. I am troubled by it because the image of the university will be dragged down very, very quickly. And of course, for the person who doesn't like the university for one reason or other, will enhance this further. Yeah? And sometimes these ethical issues comes from within the university, surprisingly. Yeah? People, as though they don't like the university, but they are in the university and yet they criticize the university. I don't understand this. If you don't like the university, just get out of the university. Don't criticize it. Just leave the university. We will not miss you. I will bet you that. Yeah? If you don't like the university, just leave the university. Don't make a fuss out of it just because you are not happy, but you are still living in the university and parasiting on whatever the university wants to give, and yet tells nothing good about the university. I think this is ethically unacceptable for me. On this question of ethics, to me, there's no compromise. Yeah? We will tackle you whoever you are. Don't care who you are, but if you're ethically wrong, we will get you and we will make sure that you pay the price for whatever that you do. And this is what the university is all about. So that question, I think, is a very important question. You have to be ethically right, and therefore you need to be a good Muslim to start off with. If you don't have that, then I think it's going to be difficult. And in a way, we'll probably see that we have even failed to educate you. You know, if you want still to behave unethically, doing all the things that are not supposed to be done, governed by our own code of ethics, and certainly the Islamic code of ethics, I think that will be no choice as far as we're concerned. I hope I got that very right, because this is something that I have been experiencing, and Prof. Ida will tell you. And some people do not make the grade on PhD, all right, for one reason or another, and blame everything on the university, you know, and write letters to everybody around the world saying that, you know, the university is not fair to him and stuff like that, not knowing that he is the source of the problem rather than university. And therefore, the university needs to explain to everybody else. So this is not, I think, something that I expect, and I hope this cohort of postgraduates will be better informed. If you have problems with the university, talk to us. We are here to solve your problem. Yeah, we are not here to make your life difficult. Otherwise, why the university needs to exist after all? We are here to help you, but it has to be through a kind of a meaningful, ethical way of doing it, not just any way that you think it is fitting because you are involved in that particular issue. I don't know whether Ida wants to add on this, but I certainly think that, you know, she can say a lot more than I have mentioned to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri. I think like we can open this floor. You know, feel free anyone to
Assalamualaikum.
just.
Alaikum
Oh,
salam.
okay. Salam.
I am Arfat Karim from Sri Lanka.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Bikhair, Alhamdulillah. Doctor, thank you so much for your great presentation.
Thank
We
you.
got so many things. I have a question. Would you please mind explaining a little bit more? We are alumni of this institute. We are studying so much things. After completing our degree here, we are working in our country, just minority context. We have so many institutions, higher education institutions in Sri Lanka and other countries. Do you have any special package to strengthen those kind of institutions, such as affiliation system? Could you please explain those things, Professor?
If I get your question right, you are asking if you're an alumni of the university. Once you graduate from university, what is it that the university can do between relationship between this university and the university in Sri Lanka? Is that what your question is?
Yeah. Higher education institute. Yes.
The moment you graduate from the university, then you become the ambassador of this university. And that's why I say the question of ethics becomes very, very strong. In other words, you can represent the university. You have got a credential. You are from IUM, you know, whatever the degree or certification you've got, you have got that role to play. And therefore, whatever brings good to the university, but whatever brings good to the Ummah and your country, you are more than welcome to do it. We do not know Sri Lanka as much. Yeah, you know better. So you can advise us. You can advise Sri Lanka and say, this is what we need to do with IIM. IIM, given the mission that I've mentioned to you very, very clearly for a better human life and civilization, does not spell the boundaries. We do not say we're going to work only with Sri Lanka, not India. We are not going to say we're going to work only with a certain group of people in Sri Lanka and not the rest. We are very open as long as you're human. As long as there's civilization to sort of work on, we will be there. And then it's your advice now. That is where I say the role of the alumni becomes important. If you're well constructed, then you can tell us, let's work with this university, or let's work with this school, or let's work with this community for the good of the Ummah. or for the good even of humanity. They may not be just Muslim, they could be Indians, they could be, what you call the singleists, as long as they meet the aspiration of being human, being good human, we will work with them. And as I've mentioned, this university, although it's an Islamic university, we are open to all. As long as, they are human beings, they are the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala within the realm of Rahmatan lil Alameen, we are compelled to work with them. Of course, there are certain, demarcation depending on financial constraints and so on and so forth. But generally, I think anybody who wants to work with us, we are quite happy to work with them. So the answer is in your hand, not with me. But if you now go and you have graduated, you say, okay, I want to do this for this particular reason, then you know the professors, you know the deans, which department to work on, talk to them. And if it's workable, then certainly we are there, inshallah, to make it happen. I hope I answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor.
My pleasure. So the question that you have posed is very, very, very right. In others, when you are here, you need to think of a bigger picture. We are not here just to think about your own welfare. That certainly is important, yeah, but also the welfare of others. And this is why I think the question of humanity becomes important. We don't want our graduates to be just successful on their own, but we want them to also make sure that the community around them are equally successful. Then I think we are serving the interests of education and serving the interests of Islam, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri. Anyone else have any other questions? You may unmute yourself, just like what Brother Arafat just did. I think I'm really interested about the last part of your answer just now, Tan Sri, in regards to what we perceive as community contribution from postgraduate students. Basically, there has been, I'm not sure if I should come with the issue, but then again, I think it has been clear that this past few months, there were periods or times where people were questioning the role of academicians in society itself. Some of them perceive that what's the value of PhD? You're just writing. You're not like a philanthropist. You're not giving money to people. The only thing that you did is just write. So I'm just interested to see what is how do we postgraduate students, and basically we are future academicians, try to correct these perspectives among the public community, because at the end of the day we want whatever we wrote to also be accepted by the public as a part of our contribution towards the intellect of the whole community. I think that's my question.
Yeah, thank you, Faiz. I think one thing, I've been in this business of education for almost 40 years now. I'm going to 50, in fact, yeah. And I've been critical over it. I think people like Ida will understand. I've been critical over the university. The university is, to me, just a factory, producing not even human beings, producing what they call the human capital, trying to work the economy, and the economy basically serves their self-interest. And that's about it. We've been shouting over this many times, but nobody listens, because that system seems to work. That system seems to benefit at least a group of people, if not a few individuals. But the COVID-19, alhamdulillah, is a blessing in disguise. Despite the many hardship we've got, I think it opens up a Pandora box and tells us exactly that the system is not working anymore. Once the university needs to close down, once the industry needs to close down, once unemployment becomes, a bigger factor now, we are told you get education, you can get employment. Now you've got education, but there's no employment. So there is something wrong with the construct of the university, and that was before the pre-COVID. And the post-COVID tells us this is no longer a functional institution. So that when people ask you the question, what did the university do? You probably have no answer to this. We have practically done nothing except for ourselves and our university. And you can look around you, even in IIUM. IIUM probably, has prospered so much for 35 years. Look around you. What happened to the kampung around you? Do you know where Kampung Sungai Pusu is? You know where the orang asli are and what have been happening to them for the last decades. What contribution the university has given, and it's the same question like the previous ones, the one from Sri Lanka. You go back to Sri Lanka and find out what is the contribution of the university to the community. It is a worldwide phenomenon. The university is selfishly working on itself under the pretext of they want to be a world-class university. They want to make this ranking and ranking that and ranking this. But at the end of the day, the contribution to the community is probably negligible, if at all. And therefore, this is why in the talk that I gave you, and in fact, in the construct of the university, we say no. The university must work with the community. The community and the university must go hand in hand. In other words, whatever we can, we will try to build the community at the same time. If this university fly, the community must fly at the same time. It cannot be that we go to the moon and the university is still left on Earth on a very, very dismal sort of situation. That is not the construct that we want. Yeah. So your rahmatan lil alamin will fall flat on your face if you talked about this. So, but then I think you also brought a very important question. If people talk about contribution, they always talk about money. How much can you give? And I can tell you, if you want to be a millionaire, to be in the academia is the wrong place. If you want to be a millionaire, you must go somewhere else. You go to a business, but don't stay in university and try to be a millionaire. This is sometimes where you corrupt the institution, because you want to make money out of education. Education is not for sale. Education is not a commodity that only the rich can buy and the poor can be deprived. That is not education. Education is for all. Education is quote unquote free of charge in that particular context. And in that respect, we are the millionaire. We are the knowledge millionaire. By the time you graduate, your knowledge, alhamdulillah, inshallah, will increase manifold. When you step into the university, you probably have 100 knowledge. By the time you finish, you are a multi-millionaire. You know this, you know that, you know many things. But what do you do with this money? What do we do with this knowledge? Did you spend this knowledge on somebody else? Or do you just keep to yourself writing a publication and get it published, and then your name will be Impact Factor 10? But the community is asking, hey, you got Impact Factor 10, what do I get? In other words, how do you translate this knowledge for them? Nothing wrong, you get Impact Factor 10, fine. But what does the Impact Factor 10 translate in real life to other people? What is the impact, not just the impact factor? And in that sense, I think everybody in this university can contribute, because you've got this knowledge in terms of quote unquote, if you can equate it to a money, then you can. Did you spend this knowledge to somebody else? Or you just keep in your own bank? Selfishly say that, I know this and I don't want to share this with Faiz. If I share this with Faiz, then he will become a millionaire and I still not a millionaire. So let me keep it to myself. And people say, knowledge is power. Knowledge is not power. Sharing of knowledge is power. The moment you share knowledge, then Allah Ta'ala will give you multiple more knowledge, because the barakah, if you share it right, I mean, your sincerity and things like that. And this is what the university wants to do now. The university say, you have got this knowledge, little as it is, as the Prophet say, you know one sentence, you tell people that one sentence. It doesn't just say the whole book. One sentence is enough to educate people so that you open their mind. And from your writing, inshallah, if you write it well, other people may be inspired. The other people will go on and do what we want to do. Yeah, just like when we bring in the word sejahtera very innocently coming out of falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Now everybody is using the word sejahtera internationally. UNESCO is recognizing the word sejahtera because it has meaning not only to us but also to humanity. And these are the issues that I think we need to think of. How many of you may call it da'wah, you may call it whatever it is, use your knowledge to enrich other people? Yeah, how many of you actually use this knowledge to educate other people? How many of us use this to share and make it even more enhanced? That's why we say breaking the silos. If the Kuliah A and Kuliah B and Kuliah C can come together and share your knowledge, then your knowledge becomes even better. You can connect the dots, as I've mentioned. Once you connect the dots, you find different dimensions coming in. And that's why transdisciplinarity is important. And it's not a new word, because if you go back to the Islamic tradition, we look at anybody, pick one name during the Islamic what's called golden age, as it were. Any name, Al-Kindi, for example. Yeah, I like Al-Kindi because I knew him, his literature well. He knew 14 disciplines. And that 14 discipline ranges from music right to philosophy, right down to pharmacy, anything that you can never imagine now. And not only that, he wrote 200 books. By the time you finish your PhD, how many books will you write? You tell me. I'll be happy if you write one. Al-Kindi in the 10th century, no computer, no nothing, no technology, can write 200 books and master 14 disciplines. We probably will master a quarter of a discipline because we want to specialize, it seems. Yeah? But the Islamic model is quite different. And you want to come back to that because I think that's an enriching discipline. It is not this whole discipline that suddenly you become an expert and you know only a part of it. Yeah, and you cannot even provide a solution because you're so siloed and you're so quote unquote specialized, and specialized in this sense becomes a bad word now because you cannot connect to other people. Ya, kalau orang Melayu kita jadi kera sumbang lah. We cannot talk to other people. You don't understand the language of the community. You don't understand the language of nature. You don't understand the language of people of different discipline. You only know your own discipline, and that's not education. To me, that's not education. We want to broaden up this education that you can be at the same time a public intellectual. You are recognized as a public intellectual. You are there to serve the public, given the knowledge that you've got. And you need to do that being a successful educated person, as it were. So thanks for that question, Faiz. And I think you need to change your mindset now. And I think this needs another expression. This needs another sort of skill. You want to talk to the public, you want to write for the public. It's a different skill. Intellectual writing, academic writing. For example, the things that you know, if you want to write in a newspaper, you need to write no more than 800 words, because 800 words is already too much for them to print in a newspaper, right? You need to write no more than 800 words. Can you summarize your thesis in 800 words? That's a challenge for a public intellectual. If you can't summarize your thesis in 800 words, then you're still not there. Yeah. So these are new challenges that I want you to gather as you come to the university. If you want to play this truly role of educating people and sharing knowledge, and alhamdulillah, knowledge is not like money. Money, you spend your money, you look at your bank, the numbers from 1,000 will go to number 2, single digit, because you spend your money. Knowledge, if you spend your money, it will enhance itself. It will multiply further and much more, and much more. So spend your knowledge, then you get a lot more knowledge in return through different sources, different way of looking at it. All right?
All right, thank you, Sansri. Yeah, I think like I really like that last part, which is like I believe that each and every one of us is right now investing in ourselves. We are investors in knowledge, and we will gain immensely from whatever research that we're going to embark upon. And to touch upon one key point in regards to the need for, well, these days it's no longer enough, or it's no longer beneficial for you to be highly specialized under one particular field or one particular branch of knowledge. It is, and I think that's why I saw that there has been initiatives, there has been efforts being made in order for us to do some transdisciplinary collaboration, where, like, for example, if I can share that right now, like even right now, I'm doing law at the same time. Alhamdulillah, thanks to Prof. Ida, I'm inside a research team also comprised of medical people. So I'm getting exposure and the language of what this other branch of people are using, and I can learn on how to incorporate all of this knowledge into my own particular branch, and how both of it can actually contribute to the betterment of society. And I feel like that's one particular. Is Arafat want to speak?
Yeah, I can ask
Okay.
a question.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll cut
Okay,
myself.
Professor,
Okay, go
I have
Arafat.
another question. Alhamdulillah, you emphasize in your presentation value-based education, and at the time used humanizing knowledge. Yeah, mashallah is a very nice thing in the university, in particular in this university. I have a question, Professor.
Yes.
Sometime other community might think name of this university, International Islamic University of Malaysia. The word of Islamic, sometime in our country also, Buddhists, Hindus, some might think they are limited to the Islamic disciplines. Therefore, we may think broader sense in the particular as far as name is concerned. What about your humble ideas, Professor?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a very relevant question also. I mean, we Muslims, I think, has come to a situation that we are so inferior in our thinking that we want to attach the word Islamic in everything. Yeah, so it has to be an Islamic university, it has to be an Islamic food, it has to be an Islamic car. I don't know what an Islamic car looks like. Probably travel just one direction, rahmatan wal sirat al mustaqim, and cannot go left and right or center. We want to have the word. If there's no word Islamic in front of it, then we feel it is not Islamic. I'm not educated as a Muslim scholar, and I don't go to any formal Islamic education as such. But I thought that is a very narrow way of looking at it. In other words, we are saying that everything else around us are non-Islamic. Only a small portion of it is Islamic, and therefore we really need to be very mindful about it. I took the reverse idea. I think everything around us is Islamic, except for those that is not Islamic that we need to be careful of. And therefore, we don't need to label. And the Christians do not label Christianized education. The Buddhists do not call it a Buddhist education. I know of a Buddhist university, which is worldwide. I mean, we're talking about IIUM here, but this is Buddhist university is already in many countries around the world. They don't have the word Buddhist there at the same time, but they're teaching Buddhism, and they're taking all sorts of people in the university, including Muslims. But they don't have this idea of everything must be Buddhist. Everybody for that matter. The Jews do not have that. The Hindu do not have that. The Zoroastrians do not have that. Only us, Islam, want to talk about Muslims. Yeah, that is one thought. But again, when you talk about IIUM, and that's why I underline that the four things about IIUM: Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, and Rahmatan lil Alamin. For the little that I know, when you talk about Rahmatan lil Alamin, it says mercy to all. And mercy to all means not just human being, non-human being at the same time, including the animals, including the plants, including nature, including things around us that God has created, and that is part of mercy to all. Just work on that alone. For example, as a Muslim, how many of our countries, the Islamic countries, has got a good record on ecological development? They are rich countries. I don't have to name them. Yeah. If you look at the list of, for example, ecological standing, these are the countries that is worse off. The best one are probably the non-Muslim countries like Finland, mostly the Scandinavian countries like Japan. These are the countries that shine. I mean, you got this Islamicity index. If you don't believe me, you check on this Islamicity index. And I think the top 20 or the top 30 are all non-Muslim countries, not Muslim countries. In other words, when you look at bigger picture, we find that Islam is served in other places, not in Muslim countries. I mean, most people tell me when you go to Japan, you see Islam in Japan. There's no Muslim in Japan, but you see Islam in Japan. They are punctual in their time. When they say 7 o'clock, they are there at 6:45, so that they don't miss a 7 o'clock. Yeah. When they talk about hard work, they really put the whole work into it. They sometimes do not even sleep until they finish their work. Yeah. When they talk about cordiality, when they talk about cleanliness, their toilet is anytime better than our toilets. That is Islam. But that is in Japan. Go to another Muslim country, give me a name. Do you see punctuality? Do you see cleanliness? Do you see cordiality? Do you see all these things that Islam promotes? We don't. And therefore, I think which is it that we are trying to promote? And of course, when we talk about Islam, we want to talk about that kind of an Islam that covers everything very broadly, that everybody gets attracted to Islam because of it. Everybody is attracted to Japan because of that. And because of attracted to Japan, then Buddhism becomes a little bit more publicized worldwide. People go to Japan to learn Zen Buddhism because they say Zen Buddhism are the one that contributes to this. Yeah. But in our university, you need to have the same thing. When the non-Muslim come into this university, will they be attracted to be in this university because of the environment that we've got? Because of the kind of a relationship that we've built? Because of the values that we have put? Or do they say, oh, I feel suffocated in this university, I need to go somewhere else? You know, you talk about cleanliness, but our toilet is not clean at all. I've been complaining this since I came. Yeah, because we have not looked after our toilet the way the Japanese look after their toilets. Our concept of cleanliness is not the same apparently, but Islamic concept of cleanliness is even more than that. We clean ourselves 5 times a day. No other religion clean themselves 5 times a day. Yeah, if you take the other non-obligatory, we clean ourselves more than that. So your question is the word Islam is not an issue, but what do you understand from it? Do you understand it from the narrow sense? You have not talked about Islamic. Some people say this is Islamic from different sect, and therefore, you know, I don't believe you. This is, I think, the issue that we need to talk about. But in this university, from my point of view, as far as I understand it until now, when we talk about Islam, we talk about Rahmatan lil Alamin, the broadest possible that can serve humanity, that can serve everybody that God creates. And if we can do that, I think we will then be a lot more, you know, confident of what this religion is all about, because it's applicable to anywhere and everywhere. Yeah, it is not just for a group of people. IIUM, we talk about. Then if you talk about IIUM, the Islamic University, they say that Islamic University in IIUM. My Islamic University has a different way of looking at Islam. And then you have different Islamic University preaching differently and depending on how you understand Islam. Yeah. So my take is quite simple. We are here to serve Islam in the broader sense of the word. And that's why I think that in your write-up, I see the word wasatiyah is there. In other words, we take the middle path. We don't take the extreme path. In other words, we want to be inclusive as much as possible, serve as broad as possible, so that everybody can benefit from the little knowledge that we've got for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri. Oh, I think that's a really extensive answer just now. I'm waiting for, is there anyone else who has any other questions? I think we have another. Oh, we have another 20 minutes if anyone have any other questions. Although I received a question just now, is that, oh, okay, there's a question from Zainal, Mr. Zainal. I'll ask that question first.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh, okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Mr. Faik and Tan Sri Datuk. I'm Zainal Akmal from Putrajaya.
Okay.
So I just typed in my questions to make sure that I don't have interruption in my line. All right. So firstly, thank you so much, Tan Sri Datuk, for an impressive sharing and a very interesting topic that relates to sustainable education. Okay, my question is this. Well, many countries have made their sustainability pledges, yeah? And Malaysia is definitely focusing on our own sustainability agenda. Okay, in supporting and contributing towards sustainability of Malaysia and Ummah, okay, in IIUM's Sustainable Education Program and Roadmap, is there any plan to let's say, venture or deep dive into a specific technology that can support Malaysia's sustainable agenda? Because now in the industry or energy industry, they're talking about green technology and zero carbon footprints and all that, and it's all related. And as a very reputable education institution in Malaysia and also internationally recognized, is there any plan to deep dive or develop a strength in technology that can support this? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel, for that very enriching question. Okay, when we talk about this university, also be mindful that what we say in this university is not the stereotype things that we understand outside. So many people talk about sustainable development, Malaysia and many other countries, fine. But when we talk about sustainability in the context of IIUM, we have got our own different way of looking at it. Right? We are critical. I think academics must be critical over the words they use. Yeah. When we use the word human capital, for example, what does it mean? We tend to use it because somebody else has used it, especially when it comes from bodies like United Nations, UNESCO. We just grabbed it and we think this is what we want. No. For us, when we talk about sustainable development, at least from my point of view, I would like to look at the definition of sustainable development. So the definition of sustainable development, given the Brundtland report of 1987, says this. It says it is about the development of the present that do not compromise the development for the future. In other words, whatever we do today, we must make sure that it still exists in the future. So if we talk about water resources, that water resources must be also present in the future so that the future generation can benefit from it. What we are doing today, polluting the water, polluting the river, is not sustainable because the future generation will not have the water that we have today, at least the quality or the quantity of water we have today. All right. So that is not sustainable. I mean, that's a very quick way of understanding what sustainable development. The environment we've got now must stay for our generation. Zainal, is not for me. It's for and also not for you. It's for your children, your great grandchildren, if you happen to have one. All right. So we are already telling ourselves we are responsible for the future generation. What we do today is not just for us, but it's going to go into many generations ahead. And that's the amanah that we hold. Some people make it very simple. Now you took this planet from the previous generation. Now you need to pass it on to the future generation. Is the planet in the same state that you received it? Or can you make it better? But as it stands now, when I pass this to my next generation, it's going to be worse from what I got it from my father. So in other words, I'm not playing the role to sustain this planet. And this sustainable planet is again the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We borrow this planet from him. It's not given to us. So we have no right to own it. And this is what's happening now. Everybody wants to own the planet. Yeah, I'll give you a statistics. In America, everybody say America is so rich, we want to go to America. Of course you want to go to America because America is living on the resources of 5 planets. I repeat, yeah, Americans are living on the resources of 5 planets. We've got only one. If America have got 4 extra planets to back them up, they must have deprived many countries of the 4 planets that belong to them. That is already an unjust situation. Okay, you can narrow it down to your own neighborhood. You may have got 3 cars, but your neighbors will have only 1 bicycle. That's already unjust. And that is what sustainability is all about. And that's why sustainability to me is Islamic. We don't have to put, somebody say, can we put Islamic sustainable development? Tak payah. Because in essence, it is already Islamic. And that we are not doing it is a big question as far as I'm concerned. So we are redefining ni balik semula. We are asking very critical questions. And in the definition, as mentioned to you, it talks about the present and the future. And we are asking, what about the past? Is this something which is new that the European has just discovered or United Nations discovered from 1987? And when we do our research, sustainable development has been there for a long time before even the Brundtland report. We did some study in Bali, misalnya. The Subak irrigation system in Bali, you know, the rice field, the terrace rice field in Bali has been there for 1,000 years. What is it? The sustainable development now is only there for 30 years. What can you learn from 1,000 years? What is it that they have done right that the Subak system still stay on after 1,000 years? Yeah, Bhutan, not a developed country, but a sustainable country, is the first country that has got carbon negative. Not America, not Europe, is Bhutan. You know, so we're beginning to look at some of this traditional university has got the idea of sustainable development long before we even talked about it. They've been practicing it. It's part of their lifestyle. It's that we in Malaysia have lost it. And that's why we want to bring the word sejahtera back. Because the sejahtera back, you can trace it right back to maybe 900 years ago. In other words, it is part of our culture. It is not something that we borrow from somebody else. We need to resurrect it. We need to make it more meaningful. Macam mana kita nak mensejahterakan alam sekitar misalnya. That talks about sustainability. Macam mana kita nak mensejahterakan diri kita. That talks about sustainability. So we need to look it from the context of where we are and try to make it good for us, not just to borrow. So if you borrow the concept of sustainability from America, then all of us need to find the other 4 planets to be as good as America. Tell me where you're going to get the 4 planets until you exploit another group of people. Even then, you probably will not be able to make it because there's only 1 planet. Yeah, the former Secretary General of the United Nations make it well. They kata there's no planet B and there's no plan B because there's no planet B. All of us need to live in 1 planet. And that's what sustainable development is all about. Yeah. So beyond that, when you talk about sustainability in the context of sejahtera, we also bring the maqasid in. So our understanding of sustainable development is hooked on maqasid Asyariah. Why? Because that will be the end goal. When you talk about sustainable development, does it protect life? Yeah. Some people begin to define sustainable development in a different way that they benefit them commercially, and this is where technology is going to come in, but other people are deprived of it. Does it promote life? Does it promote intellectual? Does it promote the future generation? Does it promote wealth in the context of resources? And does it promote belief? If your sustainable development do not conform to this maqasid Asyariah, from our point of view, then it's not sustainable development. Yeah. So let's go into the question of technology. We talk about technology. I'm not anti-technology, yeah, but I am also very skeptical of technology because we do not know what technology means anymore. How is it there is, I think, a research that was done by McGill University, the best university in Canada, that talks about the use of technology, handphones in particular. Yeah. And what does the result shows? The results show within 24 countries that they do their study, the most addicted country to handphones first is China. Second is, believe me, Saudi Arabia, a Muslim country. Third is, most surprising, Malaysia. Fourth is Brazil. And the rest are all developing countries, you know. Where is Germany? In the 24 countries, Germany is the least addicted to technology. Japan is among the least that is addicted to technology. US is among the least that is addicted to technology. Tell me, Zainal, how is it that developing countries are addicted to technology when the developed countries, technologically advanced, are not addicted to their technology, are not addicted to handphone? So if you bring technology the way we bring it now, I think our population will be addicted to technology. And what does it mean? It means we are surrendering our life to a lifeless machine. You know, and this is happening to our children now. They cannot live without their handphone. And there's another study done in 2018, yeah, that asks the same question. It says, how many of these people around the world cannot live without looking at their handphone in a day? And the study is on digital lifestyle. All right. Again, it's a 10-country studies. 8 countries are developed countries, and 2 countries macam mana are not developed. And so happen that one is Malaysia and one is India. All right. Now, when they ask the question, how many of them cannot live without looking at the handphone in a day? The general population, about 50%. 50% say, I must look at this handphone in a day, otherwise I'll be gone. Yeah. Malaysian population says 77% say that they cannot live in a day without looking at the handphone. 77%. India, 68%. Let's go to Germany, balik. Germany is only 33%. Japan, 25%. So if you think the McGill study is a coincidence, it is not. This study has already indicated that we in Malaysia are already addicted to this handphone. Yeah. So my issue is we bring in technology. Do you know the downside of this technology on our population? Maybe in Germany they are doing okay, but why doesn't that translate into our society? Yeah. And these are issues that we Malaysians do not ask. When people say 5G, or we say 5G, yes, let's work on 5G. Have we as academics understand the depth of 5G, the second order, the third order consequences of 5G? And there are many other issues of 5G I have no time to talk to you about that is not useful to us as human beings. And who is having this debate? Who is advising the government in terms of its policy on 4IR? Why is the Japanese not talking about 4IR? Why the Japanese is talking about Society 5.0? If 4IR is that good, the Japanese will probably run with it because they are more technologically advanced. But this question never get to be asked. And that is, to me, is a failure of the academic institutions. That to me is a failure of the academicians who are specializing, quote unquote, on technology. We don't provide the answers, and therefore we take the wrong, decision moving forward. At the end of the day, we have to pay the price. We means not me, because I'll be dead by then, but my son and my great-grandson and my future generation will have to pay the price. If you talk about addiction, it's a difficulty, and already there are evidence now coming from people who have worked with Google before. They got the handphones algorithm are basically templated from the casino and the gambling algorithm. What is casino and gambling algorithm? They're about addiction. Yeah, you go to casino, you play with this whatever machine we call it, you get hooked on it. And if that's the algorithm that is now used on handphones, and we do not know how to manage the handphone, then we are done. Yeah. So I don't know whether I'm answering your question. I do appreciate this, but we in the university needs to understand the issue well, and that's where knowledge becomes important. We need to go into the depth of it. We need to understand the breadth of it before we say we want this. We don't say we want this because somebody say we must want this, including the ministry. I'm quite open about it. If the ministry talks about something, I need to find out what is it that they mean. If they don't mean it in the right way, then I say no. I need to protect it, because at the end of the day, I will have to answer the question. Yeah. So then I will use you guys and say, let's understand this well. And let's advise the ministry, let's advise the minister that is not the way to go. There are different ways to go. And that is the role of the university. It is a very, very important amanah that we need to hold on to. Thank you. If it's long-winded, but it's difficult to convince people that we need to take a different stance, because they say, who are you? You know, you're a small university. I want to look at this big university, the world-class university. They do it, let's do it. You know, but they do it for a different reason, and I think we need to understand why they do it, so that the reasons do not become a contradiction to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato'. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for the question, Mr. Zainal. Thank you so much for the answer, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
Is there anyone else have any other questions?
I
You may
would
unmute
listen to a sister, Faiz. I mean, they are
Oh,
not
sisters.
represented at all. I'm sure they've got some.
Okay, that's a request from the Tan Sri Rector himself. Any sister with questions, you may unmute yourself. Do not let this discussion to be male centric.
That's it. Yeah, gender balance is important.
Yes.
Yeah, we talk about balance that includes gender balance.
I think that we have like a few. I think like yesterday or 2 days ago, there are quite some who are quite active, but I'm not sure where they are. But to the ladies in this room, in this Zoom call,
And don't force them, then they say we are harassing them.
yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, ladies, you may choose to ask your questions. On the meantime, I feel like perhaps this is one thing that what Tan Sri said just now is about, especially when we talk about being, well, it's the topic of the session today, being a value-based leadership, right? Being leaders themselves, we also have to be open, or we have to be prepared to be critical, as well as receiving criticism from outside people. Not just we cannot be constrained into our own bubble. We need to be able to accept whatever feedback or whatever constructive suggestions that would actually help us with not just bettering ourselves, but at the end of the day, if we better ourselves, we will also better society in a bigger landscape. I'm still waiting for sister to come into this discussion. Any sister, any ladies, sister there? Actually, I have one question that I want to ask, but I'm just afraid, because it's related to the presentation that Tan Sri has just given just now. It's in regards to having spirituality as the 18th SDG, under which I think this is just from my own experience among students here in RUM. But then again, those are among undergraduate. I'm not really sure how postgraduate will react. Is that we often view spirituality as a part of good well-being, under that particular. So that's why I hope maybe Tan Sri can perhaps elaborate a bit about the distinction of why spirituality needs to stand on its own, and not under the ambit of any of the other SDGs.
Yeah, because I think I come back to Zainal's question. Our sustainable development is human-centric. Some sustainable, the Europe, they don't talk very much about the human being. I think they've taken care much of their needs as a human person. They talk more of the environment. So theirs is more environmental. They want to protect this so that they can survive in that environment. I think for us, most importantly is the human-centric. For example, if people tell me don't do deforestation, I will accept it. But if I don't do deforestation and people are dying around it, then I think deforestation is not an acceptable solution. We want to save life first. Makassar said life is important. Life is first, environment perhaps come second. So there is a priority, as a set of priority. For us, I think the world, the developing world, the human life is important. Now, after COVID-19, I think everybody agrees on this, that human life needs to be saved first. Yeah. But then when you look at the translation, say for example, when you look at the translation in the context of the vaccination, for example, Yeah, we find that suddenly the first world or the developed world becomes very selfish, and they hawk most of the vaccine for themselves. There's statistic that shows that some of them has ordered 3 times or 4 times more of vaccination, so that other countries are deprived. So they talk about sustainability, but they don't practice sustainability. They don't practice this equitability or the just that we talked about. So these are issues that I think become very important. So for us, it is human-centric in the sense that we want to make sure that it serves our mission as the betterment of human quality and human life. I think that's the issue that we want to look at. So whatever else that we interpret on sustainability, then the human dimension must come out first. And from my point of view, when you talk about the human dimension, is spirituality. We are spiritual being first. Yeah, technology tells us differently. Technology tells us that we are digital native. And we bought into that. Kita kata this generation is digital native. So we bagi dia all these gadgets because they are digital native. Apparently, I mean, they are born to be quote unquote digital in that sense. Yeah? But no, they're spiritual being first. You develop the spirituality first, and then you give the device, then they become a different person altogether. Yeah, here is different. We give them the technology first, and then you want to put the spirituality in. Then the spirituality has no place at all because the device do not bring this dimension of spirituality in. And that's why, as I said, when we look at the Sustainable Development Goal, on introspection, we feel that unless there's spirituality in it that connects all the dots, then it will not be, quote unquote, from our point of view, meet the Islamic perspective. And who's going to do it? We're going to do it. So we think spirituality is important because then that will be, so when we talk, as I've mentioned just now, when we talk about physical distancing, that's okay because spirituality, we are still bonded. You know, for a long time, it has been happening. My mother stays in the rural area. I stay in the urban area. We have been physically distant for a long time, but that's not an issue because we are spiritually bonded. You know, dia mendoakan kita, kita mendoakan dia. When there's time, kita visit, pergi, we make phone calls. Yeah, but in the Western world, that do not happen because spirituality is not there, and therefore, when they get locked down, they really get locked down, mentally locked down at the same time, and that's happening to our generation at the same time because we are not being trained to be spiritually sensitive. You know. Therefore, that's the whole idea, and we want to advocate it. And when you talk about value-based leadership, my one line take is on this: if you want to be a leader, you must provide something which is different. You know, I know some of you will do leadership, and you will read all these theses from John Maxwell, itulah inilah, you know, and then you try to adapt it, and you think this, then you are just another follower lah. You learn about leadership to be a follower, you know. But if you want to really be a leader, then you must bring something which is significantly different. And what else can we provide in an Islamic environment? And this is where the Islamicity comes in. How do we Muslim define leadership very differently from other people? And the Prophet provided a simple answer. They got that everybody is a leader, that you are responsible for your own flock. Maknanya, I'm a rector, I'm not a leader. I'm just one of the many leaders. Yeah, and as that, then I need to be able to understand how do I play my role as a leadership. It is not the Western kind of a leadership that everything I say will go. Because I'm the only leader, the rest are not, the rest are followers. No. In this case, everybody is, then I should be able to negotiate. What you say, if it's better than mine, I should take it. Without feeling embarrassed, without feeling annoyed, without feeling, insulted, because you are also a leader in your rights. And let's talk about it. And once you have this a part of the culture, then I think we become a different nation, different society, and different leader at the same time. And the Western are talking about this. They knew this now, and now they've got this servant leadership sort of module. So we need to be that. When you talk about leadership, then I think what is the distinctiveness that you can bring, then you become a leader. If you just say, okay, let's follow this, then you're a follower. You call yourself a leader, but you're no more than a follower. In fact, the worse than that, because sometimes the one that you follow pun tak betul juga. You know, so I mean, these are very critical questions that postgraduate students must sit down and think. Undergraduates, I can forgive them because they have no time. But you postgraduate are very mature students. You need to create a different world, and you are talking about a different world now. The university is already into a different what you call architecture. And if you think this one will not work, tell us this is not work, Tan Sri, but this is one that will work. We were willing to consider. It's not a one size fits all. It's not cast in stone, but we are collecting as much ideas as possible. But you need to come up with ideas. Yeah? I'm very happy that we have this. I'm taken more of my time. But if you think we need to sit down and talk about this for another 3 hours, tell me. I'll provide the time and let's talk about it and bring the sisters along.
All right, Tan Sri, we're going to make sure we have a weekly podcast so that we can concisely discuss about all of this.
Alhamdulillah. I will support that idea anytime, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
I think before we end this session, I would like to ask everyone, let's have a photo session. So I would like to ask everyone to open your cameras, show yourself so that we can immortalize this moment of discussion among us. All right, everyone. Okay. The technical team will take charge for the photo session. I'll pass the floor to.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Everybody, please switch on your camera.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be taking the photo now. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done.
No freestyle.
Okay. One more freestyle.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys. All the best, inshallah. Let's work for the University for Islam, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Tan Sri, for such a wonderful session just now. And I believe that much of us will remember what you said, especially about being different. Let's be different. Let's be different from anyone else. Let's contribute to society. If everyone eats rice, let's contribute me. So that's for me. With that, I would like to move on to the next session for our morning session today. So the next slot for our morning session today, which is a sharing session with RIUM postgraduate alumni. Just a short background of him. His name is Dr. Muhammad Yusuf bin Muhammad. He is an assistant professor in Kuliah of Allied Health Sciences at IIM Kuantan campus. He obtained his PhD, of course, from RIUM, and in fact, upon graduating, he was a valedictorian for his kuliah. And as such, I believe what he will share with us today will benefit us greatly, both in our social being as well as our academic journey. And with that, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Yusuf bin Muhammad to take the digital stage. Doctor, the digital stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, blessing and mercy of Allah be upon all of us. Before I proceed, can you listen to my voice?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay. Can you see my face?
Handsome.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. I don't have any money to give, inshallah. Just give the dua, inshallah. So, first of all, let us express our heartiest gratitude towards Allah the Almighty. Due to His will and permission, we are able to gather here in digital stage, is it? Alhamdulillah. Online, in this current situation, the pandemic of COVID-19, etc. And I would like to thank as well the organizer, the Center for Postgraduate Studies, who invited me. And with us, we have our, mashallah, wonderful rector, Tan Sri, Prof. Dr. Zulkifli. Razak, which means that there's now Prof has mentioned a very wonderful thing. I have managed to sip in during the talk, although I have this morning we have a lot of proposal presentation. Before I proceed further, this is in entering near to Jumu'ah, and I'm amazed many of the all of us still have the concentration. I'm not sure because I see a lot of pictures, immovable pictures. So I'm not sure whether you are physically here or in front of your laptop or just the pictures there. But inshallah, it's not going to be a very deep discussion, research, statistics. I'm going to leave that on my side. But what I'm going to share is my part of story. But before I go further, let me share the slide first. I wanted to share my slides so that at least you can see the slide besides seeing my face. Inshallah. Can you see my slide?
Yeah, clear. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. It's going to be not going to be long. No, I need to make few things before we start. First is a disclaimer that I'm not the best of the best of the best. I'm just a normal alumni of IIUM. So what I'm going to share to all of you is my own experience. And of course, different people might have different experience. Some of you might complete it in 2.5 years of your PhDs, right? Some of you might go extend up to 5 years or 7 years, and you have your own particular story. So I'm not going to claim or boast that my story is the best. I'm not going to even trivialize it, but I'm just going to share. I'm just going to share because that's the function and that's the role that I'm going to do it today. And I'm going to share a little bit of my story, not everything about myself, because it's about sharing. So I'm going to give some experience, some things that we can share. And each one of us, I think 54, 53 that, excluding director, okay, 54, 53 participants here have their own story, right? Going to write your own stories later on. And I believe that each one of us is going to have our own biography. My friend, one of my friends who did his PhD in Japan, at that time Japan was hit with the earthquake, and he need to change 2 or 3 times supervisors. He need to read it, his thesis and etc. He managed to read it less than 7 months. So that is his story, right? There are stories of my friend as well, who completed PhD, writing, etc., almost 3 years, perfect. But he has problem with his life. So different people have their own story. I'm going to share my own story. And why I'm doing this? Because I believe, regardless how excited or how boring my story, I believe this is an endeavor for me to share. Because I hope it can benefit all of us. Because I mentioned hadith, khairun nas anfa'uhum linnas. The best among us is the one who benefit to the others. So I hope in this span of maybe 4 hours, 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, 30 minutes, I'm going to share and some tips, some experience, and you also can interact with me, ask me questions. If I know the question, I will answer it. If I do not know, we're going to seek the answers. That is the journey of our life, not everything that we know. And there's a saying that there's 2 types of ignorance, we call it jahil basit and jahil murakkab, which means you are ignorance because you do not know, and you know that you do not know. That's fine. But the worst type is that you do not know and you do not know that you do not know. Okay, then it's called jahil murakkab, which means you actually do not know, but you yourself do not know, but you make up things as if want to show that you know. So if the questions posed to me later on, if I know the answer, I will give the answer of my experience. If I do not know the answer, maybe you can ask Brother Faiz as well, inshallah. Let us proceed, inshallah. A little bit of myself. I can consider myself the seed of IIUM. Of course, I'm not representing the whole, the magnificent history of IIUM. I'm not saying that, but I'm raised as was as an undergraduate student in Kuliah of Science. I didn't put here because this topic is about postgraduate studies. So I proceed my master's in Kuliah of Medicine in 2009 to 2012 in mixed mode. At that time, it's a bit difficult because when I came from the basic basic science, biomedical science, Kuliah of Science. In order for you to do masters in Kuliah of Medicine, you need to go for an interview. So when the first interview, they asked me about anatomy at that time, and anatomy I learned it during my first year. So I failed the interview during the first time. But they give me time in 2 or 3 weeks, the topics, asked me to memorize it and coming back. Alhamdulillah, I managed to get the first interview. So I entered Kuliah of Medicine, and I did my master's there in 2012. And immediately after that, usually students, after they finish their master's, either they want to go for industry or working, etc. But I have the opportunity last time, alhamdulillah, to proceed for PhD, right? But sometimes you need rest. So I took a bit rest, few months, and alhamdulillah, managed to do my PhD in Kuliah of Allied Health Sciences, which is my current Kuliah. I'm sharing this because I know that in my audiences that are coming from different Kuliah, so I'm just share a little bit of my experience last time, my history as a student in IUM, especially in Kuantan campus. Kuantan campus during my time, especially in 2007, when we were the first batch in Kuliah of Science that time, we entered to that particular building. It was a memory. At that time, it was difficult because those who are entering Gombak campus, mashallah, food is like heaven. You know, you can go to each particular mahalla, and there are people selling biryanis, selling chicken chop, a lot of food and etc. But when you come to Kuantan campus during that time, it's a bit difficult. But it's not difficult like me because they used to call me dustbin. I can eat anything, mashallah. Halal foods. Halal foods. But I used to have my Arab friends who were having difficulties at that time because they couldn't tolerate the food. My Sudanese friend at that time, and he used to cook almost, although I think at that time the stipulation you cannot cook at rooms, but students at that time, right? So what happened, he cooked in the room, and I always come closer to him as well, eat with him, and he almost fasted every day. And he gave a name for Kuantan at that time, Guantanamo. We used to know about Guantanamo, but he gave the name Guantanamo during that time. And the situation was very different. Only few Kuliahs were there. So we were in Kuliah of Science, and you can see nature, beautiful nature at that time. We are talking about sustainable environment. I think that time in Kuantan is better. we can see snakes. We can see, wild boar. I still remember when I was staying at night, and wild boar is hitting the door. So when I opened up the door, the wild boar ran away. Maybe he saw bigger than it. I'm not sure, right? At that night, during that time. But now Kuantan campus has developed so much. You can see a lot of things and so many developments, physical structures and etc. So I completed my PhDs with the span of 5 years. Some might ask what it took you to finish in 5 years. Time does not permit me to share every single thing that happens to me during that time. But inshallah, I'm going to share in few of the tips which in my particular slides. But before we proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, when we talk about postgraduate studies, it is a journey by itself. So when you embark yourself in a particular journey, you need to have a plan. You need to have a plan. Sometimes you buy a map. You are using GPS, you are having Waze, or you are asking people who are experienced. So a lot of things need to be done. So when you are embarking in a journey, definitely the journey not going to be straight line, not to be in a straight route. Surely there are bumps, surely there are hurdles, surely there are burdens, right? And in a particular journey, you're also going to have somebody accompany you. Right? Maybe some of you are your friends, you are getting friends doing your postgraduate studies, you have a research team among you. Some of them completed, some of them may not be completing. So in this particular journey, a lot of things happens. So it's part and parcel of our life. Let's say we are going to live about 65 or maybe up to 97, for example, like our former prime minister, right? Or maybe more than 100. So you are going to spend at least 4 years out of these things. If you are living for 40 years and you are spending 4 years, it's as if you are spending 10% of your life. So to this particular journey. So when you are going for a journey, definitely you need to have preparations. And that particular journey not going to be permanent. It's going to be temporary. And you're going to have a lot of belongings for you to bring on, right? And you're going to have a lot of memories. This is postgraduate studies. Imagine the journey of life. And those who among you are going to join my Islamic input studies, I'm going to talk about journey of life later on. But I'm just going to mention, so when we know that postgraduate studies is a journey, we are going to equip ourselves, right? And that is what I'm going to share. I'm going to share 10 tips in this span about half an hour, inshallah. Not going to be long. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, tips number one that I'm going to share, that we should have the right intention. There are many motivations out there why you are pursuing postgrad studies, right? Maybe you go to a function, you see 2 or 3 PhD holders that are being looked superior among others, that can become a pressure for you. Is that going to become your intention? Just to have a scroll, that just to be called professor, doctor, blah, blah, blah. Is it your goal? Or is it because of you want people to look upon you as a superior person in knowledge? Or is it because it's a departmental pressure that all of the staffs going for PhD and masters? What about you? Are you going to just maintain with your current knowledge? So whatever we do in our life, our main intention is towards Allah the Almighty. That's the intention that we should put forward. In ibadah, in salat, zakat, hajj, and etc. And even in the worldly things. Whatever worldly things that we do, for the sake of Allah, we are going to be rewarded. So there's nothing wrong for us to have a worldly gains. So don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. To have a worldly gains. But this worldly gains must be in line with the intention of pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in the famous hadith, you know this hadith many times, that actions are judged. Innamal a'malu binniyat. That your actions are based on your intentions, right? And you are being rewarded based on your actions. So whatever we do in this particular world and in postgraduate studies, we put the intention towards Allah the Almighty. We wanted to contribute to ourselves, to the Ummah. Although it sounds like ideal, but we put this as our framework. And Tan Sri Rector has mentioned a lot of things before about leadership and etc. But it starts with the transformation of heart. We are talking about humanizing education, but it starts with our heart. Scholars sometimes take years of having a good heart. Sufyan bin Uyayna, for example, a scholar says that he took more than 30 years just to complete, just to purify the hearts. Because imagine whatever good things that you do, sometimes it becomes a dust just because you are having riya, just because you are boasting yourself. So similarly, when you do a particular research, you must have a good intention towards Allah the Almighty. So whatever happens afterwards, calamities, disasters, hurdles, obstacles, you can endure it. You can face it because you know the main intention is to please Allah. Then you can take all of the worldly gains. You can take all of the worldly gains. There's nothing wrong with that. Second is that you must anticipate challenges. This is important. If you ask me what is the most important after intention, this one. Because when you embark in journey, a good student must anticipate challenges. And there are a few challenges here. There are a few challenges. For example, number one, you can see here a person touching I'm not sure, is it dollar, America, something like that, Bitcoin or crypto, I'm not sure, touching. So what I'm going to mention here is that financial stability. Financial stability. So when you embark in postgraduate studies, you need to know where you're going to get the money to pay the fees. Are you going to be sponsored? Do you have scholarship? Because I did see during my postgrad studies, there are students who are, because they need to have money, right, to buy, to pay the fees and etc. They're not under any sponsor grant and etc. They have part-time jobs. Part-time jobs. So at night they're going to work and etc. If you are able to do that, which does not jeopardize your study, that is fine. That is fine. But when you take more time to do entrepreneurship, to do business and etc., and you cannot focus on your postgrad studies, then it's going to be a problematic. So financial is very important. How you spend your money for your paying your fees and etc. And for those who are under sponsored grant and etc., you are being paid as a GRA etc., that is fine. But even that, so there are stipulation time for you, because I did see, especially those who involved in lab works and etc., the financial need to be closed, the grant need to be closed, no money at all. So at the last or final 1 or 2 years, they don't have any money, and it's going to be difficult, and they need to leave the study. So plan properly about our financial. Second is about family. This is important for those getting married or married with sons, children. You need to really talk to your spouse. There are cases sometimes even divorce because of postgrad studies. There are cases, excellent students, I know, I'm not going to mention names. They are like, excellent presentation, work and etc. But after getting married, done. Okay. But on the other side, some single students are very depressed and etc. Right. So until second year, like me myself, alhamdulillah, when I get married, I can finish my PhD. Right. So some of the young generations are very hot-blooded and etc. So they couldn't focus and etc. When they got a spouse, they got a partner, and the partner understand him or her, then they can proceed well in their work. You must be big for those who are having children, etc. It's not easy. Sometimes those who are involved in lab works, long procedures, you need to come at night. So my colleague last time, some of them from pharmacy, they were in the building, the big building, 4th level, staying at night, doing formulations and etc. during that time. So suddenly the wife called and tell that, the children cry, need to go to clinic and etc. So it's a type of sacrifice. If it happens 1 or twice, still can be tolerated. But imagine it happens all the time. So sometimes it can cause conflict. So definitely you need to manage your time. So when you take the decision to go for postgrad studies, take the consent as well of your spouse. Although it's your study, it's your journey, but yet the consent, the togetherness, the mutual agreement between your spouse is important as well, right? Because if not, then you're going to have extra burden and challenges. The third part is quarreling. I put children here. Okay. My point here is that when you embark in a study, you join a research group, for example, you have a research mates. Be good with them. Okay. Sometimes if you are conflict, because I'm talking about the science base, and even I think in the social science as well, maybe you have research team doing qualitative study and etc. You need to have a good rapport between your team. Imagine you are fighting with your teams and you need to use the same lab. It is not easy. Emotionally, you are disturbed and you are going to have hasad. You are going to fight each other. You are going to downgrade others, body shaming, all of these sorts. Definitely is not going to help you. Especially for those who are like single, knows nobody, just come to postgrad studies under one particular supervisor, and that particular supervisor, they are senior students, junior students. Definitely you need to adapt yourself. Conflict happens. Definitely conflict happens. In your own siblings, sometimes you're going to have conflict. What else? Others, definitely. But how you manage the conflict resolution. Sometimes, for those your team members, it happened last time during my time, we were culturing cells in the incubator. Mistakenly, one of the mates switched off the incubator and the cells die. For those involved in cell studies, sometimes you culture the cells like babies, you take care for 2 or 3 weeks, the cells grows and without contamination, suddenly cells dies because of this mistake. And you're going to get quarrel each other, right? Or sometimes you're using the labs, and the labs, you are the senior member of a particular lab. So you booking a place just for you. A newcomer came in, you turn your sour face and you're not going to help him or her. So all these things can depress us, Have a good connection. It happens to me when I was the first and second year of my PhD. At that time, I'm a bit, just coming back from master's, not coming back because in the same university, which means just different kuliah. Thing is, just to take some relax, one of the first or 2 semesters, I myself not really focused in my PhD. It caused my mates are not really, fond of me. So we do have conflicts. I didn't go to lab frequently. My heart doesn't really wanted to go to lab. So I keep switching my place to different kuliah, okay, to adapt myself. So my tips is that at least anticipate these things going to happen and try to to resolve this particular conflict. So after this PhD, PhD happens. In this picture, I'm just going to focus on the mental health. And we should anticipate sometimes in our journey of studies, we might get sick. Either we are ourselves getting sick or our parents are getting sick. So we need to manage properly. I was fortunate enough. I took care of my mother 1 year because of a cancer. And it is because of my support from my supervisor. I'm going to mention about this later on. But sometimes there are certain people who are having mental problems, a lot of issues. So what I'm going to mention here is that you anticipate that sometimes in the certain conditions, you might suffer either mentally or socially, but take the opportunity to reconciliate, take measures, meet good people, take counseling. There's nothing wrong with that. So when I'm mentioning about this thing, not to frighten you, suddenly tomorrow all of you start, not going to register for your master's or PhD. No, I'm just telling you my experience that this particular journey, there are downs, and be prepared. Be prepared for that. And the thing is, when you're becoming a postgraduate study, especially the first year and second year, sometimes you got a blur. You do not know what actually to do. Or maybe you embark in that particular study because that particular study appease your supervisor. You do not have any idea. So you start searching, reading, and you not defended your proposal properly. You don't know nothing. And there's no pressure for you. So the person, you just sit like this and laughing, And if you continue to do this, the delay problem, not going to solve it. By the end, you become like, at the end of the semester, the third year or the second year for master, you are going to have a lot of pressure. So definitely, as a student, a matured student, you need to think all of these things. Plan yourself properly, anticipate challenges. So this is the second tips. Now, let us proceed. For me, this is very important. Having good relationship with your supervisor. Now, when I mention about this thing, doesn't mean that you're going to propose your supervisor the next day. Maybe some of your supervisor still single, mashallah, beautiful, handsome, right? So when you listen to my sharing, oh, it's good, let's get married. I'm not saying it is wrong. Okay, it is your personal. You can do it later. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not going to say that thing. The thing is that having good supervisor here is that to build up a good research momentum. It's very important to have a very good supervisor relationship. It happens to me when I'm having difficulties. I do not have the research grant in the first 1 or 2 years. I only managed to get it on the second year. Didn't have any much progress. Semesters goes on. And my mother got sick at that time. So I need to take care of my mother. I took about 1 year leave. Unofficial leave. I still do work at home, literature review, papers and etc. But my supervisor defended me so well. He gave me the courage. She gave me the courage. She gave me motivation. So this kind of supervisor, mashallah, is very good. And you yourself need to put the effort, because your supervisor not going to be there 24 hours. She or he has his own time. They need to spend for their own, teaching, learning, management, and etc. Consultation, networking. A lot of things happens. The supervisor will give a particular time for you. Some supervisor will dedicate a weekly time. Some supervisor you can WhatsApp at any time. They can reply it sometime, maybe at 4 o'clock, maybe doing tahajjud at that time, But some supervisor, you message them, WhatsApp them at night, and their wife, not their wives, and their wife look that, then you're going to get scolded, So it depends. So you must know which type of supervisor, how to communicate with the supervisor. When the supervisor asks you to do something, you follow. As long as it's legally right, ethically right, Islamically right, there's nothing wrong. Follow your supervisor. Because your supervisor going to defend you, your supervisor going to monitor you. So having a good relationship with your supervisor is important. But some may ask me, what about a bad supervisor? We do have bad supervisors. But I believe in IUM, inshallah, we're not bad, not in sense that like in Western world sometimes, but we are talking about in our institution, bad supervisor means that sometimes the supervisor just ignore you, right? Just ignore you. So as a student, the expectation from supervisor is that you are independent. You are independent, working independent. But working independent does not mean that you can take your own decision at any time. You just do whatever you want without consulting your supervisor, right? And another thing is that later on, when you submit your proposal, you submit your draft and etc., give some time for the supervisor to check. It happens many times for the postgrad students. Tomorrow is the day of submission to CPS or to the department. Today you are giving to the supervisor. And you push the supervisor to check it today, as if the supervisor have nothing to do, right? But sometimes there are cases you give the supervisor like months, but the supervisor just, I forgot it. I'm going to check today, right? That is why communication with supervisor is important, really important. And inshallah, it will help a lot in your particular study. And tips number 4, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we are living in a situation and we are living with humans, right? We go to the labs or we are interviewing someone, it involves humans. Sometimes, especially those junior, like most of you juniors, postgraduate, especially those who are entering masters, know nothing. You are like, what is this master postgraduate? You are still have the undergraduate thinking, right? Sometimes you need help. You need a lot of help from other people. You need help, you need assistance. So the seniors, or we ourselves later on when we become seniors, try to help others. Help others in our capacity and capabilities. Wallahu fil awni al-abdi ma kana al-awnu fi awni akhihi. Ma kana al-abdu fi awni akhihi. Allah, verily Allah help those who help others. And this works, inshallah. This works. Sometimes, for example, for those who are doing lab works, you want to do a particular test, and that particular machine is not available in your university. Or when it's available, it keep damaged, keep broken, keep misfunction. Every time you go to that particular lab, it's misfunctions. And you ask them, there's no budget for this particular year. You need to wait for the next year. Or maybe the maintenance time will take few months, for example. But Allah helps me when I know that, there are particular other institution having that particular machine with the least amount of fee to pay. So helps comes from a different way that you never know. You never know at all. right? So similarly, have the intention to help others. When other students are asking you for help, in your capacity, in your time, you help them. Help them. But helping here does not mean that, brother, can you write thesis for me? That's not considered as help. Okay. Can you do the presentation for me? You and me look like the same. Okay? We are like kembar. Kan? You just, and the examiner wouldn't know. You speak better than me, so you replace me. This is not considered as help. Help does not mean you are avoiding or you are bypassing the laws. No. You still follow the law, you still follow the policy and etc. But make it easy. Make it easy. Okay. So when we help others, inshallah, helps will come to others. Because in this particular journey, you're not going to every time meeting people with sweet face. No. Sometimes there are people going to help you. Sometimes they're not giving even smile to you. Why? Because they themselves have their own problem. Maybe at home they are fighting with their wife or their husband and come to the office and managing, for example, managing the lab, and to happen to be that you are meeting him to ask a particular favor, he's even not smiling to you, or even not looking to you. You know, sometimes not even give salam. It happens to me last time. I give salam, he didn't reply, but I have the intention, maybe he didn't hear. But in one particular hadith mentioned that if you give salam and that particular don't reply to you, the malaika will answer it for you. This is in a particular hadith, right? So it happens. So the tips number 4 is that help others, inshallah, Allah will help us. Next. So a good postgraduate studies in this particular journey, build up connections. Build up many connections. You are going to meet a lot of new friends. You go to conference not merely for jalan-jalan cari kawan, jalan cari makan. Bukan jalan cari gaduh, jalan cari makan, kan? You can go to conferences, but now mostly in digital conferences, definitely you're not going to eat your laptop. But the thing is, later on, inshallah, when you are going to conferences and etc., you're presenting your papers and etc., be truthful, be amanah. Present your papers, go to that particular conferences, be proactive, get connections and etc. Then afterwards, you want to go makan-makan, is up to you. We are talking here is to build up connections. You are, for those involving labs, you are meeting with suppliers, you are meeting with new people. Build up more connections, because who knows that these particular connections might help you later. Might help you later, right? For example, that during my time when I was looking to do my scanning electron microscopy, and one of the staff introduced me to the staff in KKM who did on TEM, transmission electron microscopy, which is very few in Malaysia having that. So I have the opportunity, alhamdulillah, to go attachment for free. I just need to pay my traveling by myself. So it is an opportunity for me. So for those who are in social science, you are meeting a lot of good people, inshallah. Build up connections for the sake of ukhuwah, for the sake of helping you and helping others. And when you build up connections, you're meeting with new people, they're having new experience, it add up more experience to yourself. Add up more experience yourself. So if you're just working in silo, then you are going to have problem. You're going to have problem, you have the grudge, and when you yourself suffer from a problem, you do not know how to solve it. So build up connections, and it amazed me. One of the study when I watch, when they try to study those people who are living more than 70 or 80 years, and one of the main criteria is that social. They see one common trend among all the people who are living more than 80 years, not mistaken, is that social connections, right? So, but of course, there are limitations for this, but yet be mindful that this particular connection will help you further expand your particular knowledge, right? And then number 6 is that diversify your knowledge and skills. There's a tendency for postgrad studies, when you are very stressful in your particular work that you're working, you're not going to bother anything happening to you or anything happening to the surrounding. Like there's a lecture on sustainability or an SDG, you are thinking that, I'm doing on law, there's nothing related to me. I'm doing on ethics, there's nothing related to me. I'm doing on economics. This is nothing to me. This is not a good way of thinking. Like my students, I always ask them, if you have any other knowledge dissemination programs happens, just go, just expand your knowledge. Of course, you need to prioritize your field. You need to prioritize your work, that's fine. But there are certain time dedicated for you to expand your knowledge, to expand outside the fields that you are learning. Like in science, like myself, I just do on tissue engineering, on cell culture, on animal study, and etc. I did not do any molecular study in detail. But yet, when there's a workshop on molecular study, I try to attend. I try to get the knowledge. Although I'm not going to be the expert in that field, but yet when they are talking, at least I get some glance or some idea of it. Right? And including this, if there are competitions happening, you know, postgrad students, you're going to have 3 empty 3-minute thesis, falling walls of lab. Just go. In 2017 or 16, I went for falling walls of lab in Ames University in Kedah. It's like a 3-minute thesis type, whereby you're going to present your whole thesis in 3 minutes, right? So what happened is that falling walls of lab is not only postgrad students. There are professionals, doctors, PhD holders, and giving a lot of solutions to the problem. But alhamdulillah, I managed to get second at that time. And for 3MT, I managed in my year to get the winner. So the idea is that we just go and practice ourselves, because it really helps you when you are having Viva later on. You know, when you are having Viva, you are going for competition like this, for you to express yourself and to deliver your research in the best way, right? So take your time, not only just sit with your laptop and just focusing on it. Although in our pandemic era, there might be some limitation, but inshallah, maybe after this, we have more face-to-face session, etc. Diversify our knowledge. Sometimes it broadens our mind, you know, to talk about, for example, you are learning about empirical science. Suddenly you are learning about pertaining to philosophies. So it really expands the way you think, the way you interpret data, and really expands how you view the world. Okay, diversify your knowledge. Tips number 7, proper planning. This is very difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are involving in this particular study, there are 2 types of mistakes going to happen. Number 1, permanent mistakes. Cannot be repaired. Cannot be repaired. There are things happens that cannot be repaired. You only can minimize the harm. There are things, minor mistakes, which can be repaired and can be taken as a experience. So to avoid these things, you need to have proper planning. Planning here is that, you know, the Gantt chart and milestone. Sometimes when you did the proposal, you not even really care about this Gantt chart or milestone. You just put it there. Just put the date, just put the figure, and you present it as if it's nothing. Gantt chart is to help you to really follow the track. For example, in 1 year, you plan yourself, plan your weekend, plan your weekends. Minggu depan ada saudara kahwin, 2 minggu lagi ada yang tenat, kan, tahun depan kita pula yang kahwin, kan. So a lot of ceremonies, a lot of, you know, things happens. You cannot, of course, you need to mix with them. You need to take up certain times. We call it me time, V time, but don't waste other people's time. Right? You need to have some time to spend yourself, your family, with your friends, to investigate, right? Investigate your own ideas, to refresh your bodies, your mind. So you must have a plan. Especially those involved in lab studies, you really need to have a plan. You can't simply do a lot of works. By the end of the day, you just completed half of your first objective. So definitely a proper plan will help you. But during doing the plan, something happens that is anticipated already. Remember the second tips, and there are things happens out of control, and we take it, and we're going to face it. So a proper plan must be needed. And we must able to adapt and change. You know, especially during pandemic, the policies keep changing. SOP sometimes keep changing. Sometimes they allow 2% into the lab. Sometimes they allow more than 2% with face masks, etc., etc. Because we never had this experience before, right? Just to blame that the policy change and change won't do anything good for us. We ourselves try to change, try to adapt, be more flexible. Like you are in, for those who are doing water rafting, and I didn't do water rafting, but let's say you do water rafting, right? You saw a stone, big stone, etc. If you are really adamant, you are really like, Steve, I'm not going to change. You're going to hit. Definitely, you're going to stir around to avoid those particular hurdles. Similarly, sometimes we need to adapt, right? For example, when you read literature, you found a better methodology, and you're talking to your supervisor. Of course, there are certain ways of talking to your supervisor. My supervisor last time is that when you have a better explanation of problems you presented to her, you need to provide the solution. For example, okay, doctor, I found this particular issues, and I think this particular solution is good for this particular issue. That is good. But if you just meet your supervisor and bombard him or her with problems, and as if she or he need to do the thinking for you, then it's not going to help. You yourself, when you have any issues in your research, give some solutions. When you are really stuck, get the tips of supervisor. So that's the best way of doing it, right? And tips number 9, ladies and gentlemen, this is a common thing for postgraduate. You need to know your timing, your research, your policies in the university. You need to know about these things. Sometimes it's a shame you even not know the name of the dean in your kuliah, right? Maybe when you are first year, we still can forgive you. But when you are completing 3 or 4 years, you do not know the dean of your own kuliah, it's going to be a very shameful thing. As if you're not going to bother about that thing. At least know people. Know your person in front of you. Know the building, know the location, know the policies. And deadline is very important. Sometimes you want to submit, the department asks you to submit in this particular deadline. Now we have iMonitor, right? iMonitor is good for to send your progress report and etc. So be prepared. And you want to go for, because later on, let's say you have a financial constraint, you need to finish on time. You need to be endorsed in Senate. You need to know what's the date of Senate meeting, for example. I still remember my time, 2017 November, when I reported duty. I really need to report duty at the time because I was really financial broke down. So I just know that the Senate meeting going to be on Friday, I think, I'm not mistaken, on that day, Friday. So definitely I go to Gombak, submit my whole thesis and everything because I plan. So that the next, after the Senate meeting has been endorsed, next, after Jumu'ah, I went to report duty in the MSD that time. So know the deadline. You don't expect your supervisor always going to remind you. The supervisor themselves sometimes forgot their own anniversary. So how can they remember all of the deadlines? Right? So communication with you and supervisor is very important. So know your place, know where you stand. If you do not know where you are, you probably don't know about your own schedule. Be aware, be responsible, have trust and have amanah. This is something that very important. And I need to mention as well, when you're talking about your relationship with your supervisor, trust and amanah is very important. If you breach the trust, then you are going to have a disastrous postgraduate studies. So be careful with that. And because I'm thinking of finishing by 12. So my final things that I need to share is number 10. The most important thing. Because when we embark on this particular journey, it's not going to be easy. Sometimes people surrounding us look down upon us. Imagine you go the wedding of your family members. Maybe you got like 2 or 3, 4 siblings. You go for the first sibling, you start your postgrad studies. By the end of 4 siblings getting married again, and he are going to ask you, oh, you didn't finish your PhD or you didn't finish your master's, huh? You know, you feel like you're not going to, it's going to hurt you, and sometimes you're not going to be socialized to others, right? Or sometimes I think that, what is the reason of this? This is nonsense. It's not going to add up salaries, not going to add up money. Why you do this masters and PhD? You're going to still being paid very low. Sometimes you are being mocked like these things. Or sometimes even your family, your friends, seeing that you are working very hard in lab and etc., they were mocking you. They said, brother, take life lah. And something like that. Although you know yourself that you need to complete in a certain time. So when all of us, all the people surrounding us, disappoint us, we turn back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I'm going to share with you my valedictory speech. I'm sharing this not to boast myself, but just a sharing to all of us so that it can benefit. And I have nothing. This is not my channel. I just got to know someone put it in 2019, but I think it's good for us to share, at least for those of us, for all of us, inshallah. Let me try to share. Can you see my slide, brother? Okay, I try to play. You're going to listen it, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2014, 2013, I received a call from my family that my mother fell down. I rushed back home. We took her to the hospital after a series of lab procedures. Then she was diagnosed with a cancer. It was happened during Mother's Day on a Friday on a May in 2014. It was a heartbreaking moment for me. A year after that, she passed away. On 27th of May 2014, on the 27th Rajab night, in front of me. I felt like being thrown inside the deepest tunnel. But Alhamdulillah, at the end of the tunnel, I saw my family, my wonderful wife, my father, my family members, my great team, my supervisors. They pulled me out of the track. They pulled me out of the track and placed me on the right track. At that moment on, I realized one important message that all of the graduates must ingrain in their mind. Jangan putus asa dengan rahmat Allah. Never lose hope in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah says in the Quran in Surah Az-Zumar, chapter 39, verse 53, A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Qul ya ibadiyalladzina asrafu ala anfusihim la taqnatu min rahmatillah. Innallaha yaghfirudz dzunuba jami'a innahu wal ghafurur rahim. Katakanlah, Allah berfirman, wahai hamba-hambaku yang telah melampaui batas akan diri-diri mereka, jangan sekali-kali berputus asa dengan rahmat Allah. Sesungguhnya Dia akan mengampunkan kesemua dosa-dosa kamu. Dia yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Penyayang. Ayat inilah yang mengubah transformasi diri saya. Bayangkan seorang ibu saya tak mengerti apa itu PhD. Namun dia memberikan kasih sayang sepenuhnya kepada saya dan kesabarannya ada padanya. Dan Alhamdulillah, saya mengharapkan agar kita semua mendoakan semoga rohnya tenteram di syurga, insya-Allah. Amin. So Alhamdulillah, I hope it benefits all of us. And my father passed away last year, Alhamdulillah, in July 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, before I conclude and return back to Brother Faiz, definitely in particular in our journey, there's going to be ups and downs. We're going to have ups and downs. But anyhow, don't lose hope. So whatever happens, we don't want to buy newspaper or look on digital newspaper and see the headlines, we are committing suicide. Any problems that we have, face it, inshallah, we're going to solve it. So when we have the right intention towards Allah, we have a good support members, good connection with the people, we have a positive mind, we are facing challenges, we are going to succeed, inshallah. But let's say after doing all of these things, at the end of the day, we still not completing our postgraduate studies, that means Allah has bestowed us a different pathway. And this way going to become a precious experience for us. So rise up, our postgraduate fellows. Inshallah, I'm not asking you to rise into the laptop, but I'm saying rise our mind, rise our heart, strive for postgraduate studies, get excited for this journey. Though you are listening to a lot of things that may causing you to retract, move forward, face the problems, and believe me, when you submit your thesis and you enter the convocation or you might give the speech, it really relieves you. All the memory comes and is going to be ingrained as one of your beautiful memory of postgraduate studies. So with that, I return back to Brother Faiz. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for I think like a lot of things that you said just now are really relatable for all of us. And as such, I would like to open the floor for, we have 14 minutes of Q&A. So any of you guys, if you guys want to ask any questions or maybe tips or any particular situation that you perhaps expect to encounter when you are starting your postgraduate studies, you may unmute yourself or you may put it in your chat. But me personally, I have a question. It's just that what has been, during your years of studying, has been the most challenging aspect? Is it your supervisor? Is it your research? Is there some, like right now we have pandemic, that's the most challenging aspect of my research. So maybe what's your most challenging moment, I guess I'll say, during your studies?
As I mentioned at the time, my biggest challenges is when my mother got sick, because I really need to take care of her for 1 year, doing a lot of because she have a cancer at that time, and to have a surgery, a full gastrectomy at that time is not a good option for her. So I really need to take care of her. But the support from my supervisor, superb. And at that time, I adapted myself to be excel in other things. So sometimes there's certain lab works that are easy for me to do, I start to do it, right? But there are certain skills, for example, for those who are involving in cell culture, it's very difficult because I'm doing a primary cell culture, which means I took the spinal disc from a rabbit and culture it live in the lab. Primary cell culture is very easy to be contaminated. Sometimes it will take you like 2 or 3 weeks, bro, contaminated. You need to start again. So I was struggling for 2 years. Plus, I am not very good with my teammates at that time because they really do not know my situation. I myself not really going into the lab. So we have some miscommunication. So the environment itself doesn't really good. So I didn't do much in my own kuliah at that time. So what is, I try to do other places. I try to adapt. And you need to be close to your family as well. I still remember one time, because my mother did not know the distance between KL and Kuantan. So I tried to show to her that Kuantan and KL is so near. So what happened is that in Ramadan, the last Ramadan, 7:30 from Kuantan, from KL, I can reach Kuantan before 9:30. From my place in KL to Kuantan, because I need to attend meeting at 9:30 at that time. So I attended the meeting. After the meeting, directly I go back. So my mother was thinking, oh, Kuantan in KL is very close. Because I want to give her a motivation that to be close with her at that time. So these challenges is my challenge. So other people have different challenge. And the most important thing that we need to know, we need to acknowledge different people are being tested differently. As Quran mentioned in Al-Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 286, page number 49, that La yukallifullahu nafsa illa wusaha. Allah will never test you beyond your capacity. Different people have different challenges. Some people, to take a cold shower in the morning is very difficult for them. It's a challenge. But some people, it's fine. And they look upon others like, oh, this is mandi sejuk pun tak boleh. So different people are being tested differently. So we need to acknowledge that. But how do we respond to that particular challenges? So similarly, there are students having problems with supervisors. Sometimes you need to change your supervisors. Sometimes you started with a particular research, suddenly things that, oh, other people are doing the same thing. So you feel like, oh, dejected, seems like, so what is the novelty in my research? Something like that. So it happens. It's a journey. It's a journey. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much, sir. That really does. And I think like it's your point about everyone is tested differently. I think it permeates really so much among us. You know, some of us have families, some of us like, you know, live afar from their families, and some of us like have to, you know, balance things out between studies and work. So I think like what you said just now is the first of all is that we acknowledge that there is no such thing as like one size fit all, you know. Like everyone is going to be tested differently based on their own capacity. I'm still waiting for questions, especially from sisters, due to from what Tan Sri Rector just now said. Any questions from the floor? Any thoughts? Any opinions? Are distinct are extremely welcomed. Please unmute yourself if you wish to do so, and if you're unable to, you can just put it in the chat box. Okay. So while we wait for that, you mentioned about, you know, you haven't been in a good terms at the time at one point with your teammates. I was wondering like, um, how's your relationship with people outside of your field? Do you engage them, or do you, you know, keep it, you know, in Kuantan? Sorry, like in Kuantan only? Do you often engage with people like people from Gombak, or, you know, people from other fields, just for the sake of it, or, you know, that to help for your research, I guess?
Yeah, that's the important thing that I mentioned in the part of the adapt to change, because in my PhD, Alhamdulillah, I think in Kuantan, almost all the kuliahs I try to go and meet with the lab assistant and go and use, even in Gombak. I did my studies in Kuliah of Engineering as well, in Makmal Awam Kesihatan, in Kuliah of Science, Kuliah of Allied, Kuliah of Pharmacy, Kuliah of Medicine, all of the kuliahs, when they have that particular instruments, I'll go even to UMP. UMP is our neighbor. We go there as well, because you need to change. You need to not really depending on your supervisor alone. You know, you need to complete the studies. You need to be proactive. You need to meet people. That's the gist of postgraduate studies, which means you need to engage with people, or else you are going to have a lot of other problems. So conflict going to happen. You need to resolve it. Sometimes you can, if you cannot, then you need to find other ways. There must be other ways for you to solve that particular issues. So the idea is that you must face the problem. And if you're not going to face the problem, then definitely you're going to stuck. And the most thing that can go, you become very stressful, and suddenly you lose hope. So that's why I say don't lose hope.
Definitely. I see.
Can I ask one last question before?
Yes, Tan Sri. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
I saw your camera
listening.
on.
I was engrossed with what Yusuf said. Congratulations! I think he gave us a very good guide as to how to go. I just want to have one question. I think this is not a question which is new. This is a fundamental question. You know, people are now talking. All of you who do PhD will get a doctor of philosophy, right? Regardless what bidang. So the question everybody is asking, where is the philosophy that you got from your work? You know, I mean, there is a fundamental question. It's a philosophical thing that we gain from this research, but often the philosophy does not, you know, it's not enshrined. There's just the new philosophy doesn't come. And I think this is where the challenge. So in your case, where is the philosophy that you gain at the end of your exercise? Thank you.
MashaAllah, very good. A very good and fundamental question by the director. Actually, one thing struck me so much, repetition in experimentation. You know, when you look upon papers, this paper mentioned this methodology. When you try to replicate it, it's not going to be the same. And this is the problem in science. We are so ingrained in scientific methods. We are talking about empiricism, that we believe everything in science is based on perception, based on our evaluation on data. But that data itself sometimes cannot be repeated because we are living in a different environment. That is why a lot of studies been done. Even in pharmacology, there are drugs being tested 50, 60 years back. When you try to replicate it back, you couldn't get it correctly. So I'm start thinking about life. I'm start thinking about philosophy of science. So it shows to me that science cannot answer many things. Science can tell us, can ask us, we can use our induction. We can see that science can explain patterns and phenomena, etc. But science cannot explain why. That particular why, the purpose come from religion. So that is why during my PhD as well, my supervisor asked me to dedicate a specific chapter, the inclusion of Islam in tissue engineering. At that time, I was thinking why we need to put these things, right? Because my field as well in tissue engineering and regenerative medicine, we believe that we can have spare parts. We can have our spare parts later on for our spine, for our knee, and etc. Yes, we can have that, but what is the value behind that? That actually sparks me. That's why when Tan Sri Rector mentioned about values, about ethics, again, it sparks me because we always talk about development, physical development, scientific advancements, but the values and ethics are degraded. So that is the philosophy that I learned in my PhD, that not everything 100% must bound with the world of empiricism, but we need empiricism to interpret our data. I hope that answers the question. Inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. Good question, good answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tan Sri, for the question, and thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf, for the answer. I think I feel like it's also important. Even though I'm just a master's student, but at the end of the day, we have to gain something that is fundamentally.
It's fine, brother. It's fine to even have masters. I do notice some master students are better than PhD students.
Oh.
Inshallah.
Hopefully, inshallah, we all strive to be in that kind of spirit in order to gain the most from our postgraduate journey here. We have another 3 minutes before we have to end our morning session, but nevertheless, I feel like this is just based from my own personal experience, and I'm really interested to see how I don't know, just your experience because I saw a lot of PG students. What happened is that we often stumble upon problems with our research, especially writer's block. Some people go 1 month, 2 months without writing anything. So they were struggling on finding ways to. A lot of them decide to do retreats. A lot of them decide to, let's just go somewhere else, out of this university or out of Malaysia, just to expound themselves. For you, what do you do? Or if you have such moments?
Because for me, I have a different passion. Sometimes I like to read other things. I like to watch debates and etc. Because I just leave my work and do other things. But there are pros and cons. The pro is that sometimes you leave it, you go outside, take fresh air, take some, retreat with your members, you go meet with people, etc. But you need to come back. It happens to me, my masters, and at that time my supervisor was very angry with me. I went to stay in JB because I have a lot of family members in JB as well, my cousins, and we are very happy. So when you enjoy so much, you promise to come back after 1 week, but you come back after 3 weeks. So you need to really take care of it. Just go, enjoy yourself, but remember you have a task to do. You have a task to do. So do something that can inspire you, can be excited. You have hobby, definitely. You have hobby, you have something interests you. Do that things, but accordingly, right? Don't make that as a substitute to what you're going to do. Then you're going to have a problem, because different people have different things. And I just need to mention about to be interest in your work. This is very important. There are 3 types of people. Number 1 is that those do not have any interest at all. You just been given a topic by your supervisor. You do nothing about your topic. Second, you propose your topic because you like it so much, but the supervisor have some doubts, but the supervisor going to co-supervisor, they're going to assist you. That's fine. The third thing is that you do not know whether you like it or not, or what. So yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. It looks interesting, but I do not know whether it's suit for me or not. So you start first. Start first. Take all the positive sides, make it better, right? This is for the third category. Second category is fine. They can work independently because they like the topic so much. But my worry is the first part, because when you don't like the topic at all and you're not going to adapt, then you are not going to succeed, because you are doing something that stress you up. So that's why you need, when you embark on this postgrad studies, choose the right pathway. You like the pathway, fine, you're going to fight for it. You're not sure, make it better. But if you don't like that pathway, don't go for it.
Yes, I totally agree with you. A passion in what you're researching is really important. Without that drive, you see, you feel like you're doing your degree again sometimes. So I think I think it's really important that we have that kind of interest in whatever we're studying. And I think like the third, I'm particularly interested with that third type. You know, like I think like a lot of people like, this topic is not really my my thing, but who knows, let me just let us just try it. And I think that's what I don't know if a lot of people face this, but I think like that's the number the number 3 category is for me. It could be the most the best decision you make,
And
or it could be
believe me, by the end of your work, you are going to be more expert than your own supervisor.
oh
Definitely. Because you are doing the study, you read a lot of papers, your supervisor reading your thesis, try to guide you. Your supervisor is like, when you go outside, pull you back, go on the right track. But
I agree with that.
you are going to complete it. And the end of the day, you are going to be expert. And when you become academician, you're going to expand on it. Inshallah.
Inshallah. All right. So I think I see it's 12:17. So like I think if there's no more question, last chance to the floor. In the next 5 seconds, if there's no one unmute, then I think like we can conclude our slot for our morning session for today. All right. 5. Why I'm counting down? I'm sorry. 4, 3. All right, it's okay. Maybe everyone is preparing for Jumu'ah prayer, inshallah. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your sharing just now. I think like I believe that there's a student asked, can we have this slide?
Yeah, fine. I'll give, inshallah.
All right.
It's just a sharing, no problem.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. I think like people would want to revise. Oh yeah, Doctor Tan Sri, you want to say something?
Okay, thank you very much. I will not see you in the afternoon. All the best. I think you have done a wonderful job, inshallah.
Thank you so much.
Prof, inshallah.
Thank you so much. All right, I think with that we can conclude our morning session today. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your sharing. If anyone have any other, feel free to approach us. Not just even Dr. Yusuf. I believe a lot of IM staff are IM alumni as well as us PGSS members. We have some, at least a bit of experience that we can share as well. But I think like the tips that you have shared with us should be cherished, and I believe like if you give us when you give us your slide, I think a lot of people will refer to your slide in order to get that kind of guidance, to get that kind of momentum going. All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for your sharing, and thank you for your cooperation, and thank you everyone for your participation and cooperation for today. It has been a wonderful session this morning, and in fact, after this would be the last session for Ta'aruf Week postgraduate. It means that after this, you're on your own. No. You have the CPS, you have PGSS with you to help you guys, as well as the good IM alumni that would definitely lend helping hand if you want to. And with that, I would like to first of all remind everyone, don't forget to fill out your I attend and evaluation. And we're going for a break after this. We'll meet after Jummah prayer, which is we'll begin playing videos at 2:45. So please be here by 2:45. This afternoon we're going to have a Ta'aruf group activity. Again, cultural integration, acknowledging differences and trying to have everyone understand each other better. And with that, I think like technically, can we have like one photo session? Everyone, can you please open your video? All right. Okay, everyone, open your video. Wah. All right. Okay, I'll send the technical team.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Everybody please look at the camera. Smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll be on a break. Have a good Jummah prayer. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Postgrad is like hiking. Sometimes you see the trail clearly, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you'll fall or stumble upon a rock. Sometimes you travel in groups, sometimes you are alone. Obtaining your postgrad degree will never be an easy ride. That's where we come in. For almost 20 years, CPS has strived to create the best environment for postgrad. Sometimes you see the trail clearly, sometimes you don't. Is for you sometimes to develop you fall your skills or stumble upon a rock. Sometimes you travel in groups, sometimes you are alone. Obtaining your postgrad degree that every never be contribution to our ummah. So don't give up. Stay true to the path you are taking and gain as much support as you can, either from us at CPS or from your family and friends. Know that you are never alone on this journey. One day you'll reach the top, but right now, at this moment, you are surely leading the way for the ummah.
It feels different. No fixed classes, no carry marks, no free riding group mates, no one to tell you to do this or that. You can choose to do whatever you want. You're free to explore the world. You decide on your next step. To obtain a scroll not many could hold, you are like the captain of a ship, free to sail the high seas, to wherever your heart desires. But no sea is without huge waves. Sometimes your journey may be too costly, that it will break you before you arrive at the shore. Sometimes you may find yourself far from home, that you crave the gaze of your loved ones. Sometimes you may find yourself alone, venturing into an unknown world with no one by your side. Sometimes you thought you did everything right, only to be sent back to start over from scratch. Nevertheless, Allah's plan will always be the best for His servants.
I know you guys are suffering. You are at a place of where you are gaining knowledge. You are away from the family. You are suffering with hardship. You are suffering with, you have financial issues. You have lonely time. You are lonely in the room. You are sleepless nights. You are spending your night sleepless. But remember, what you are gaining, it's only a few people can gain. You know, you are becoming the light. You are becoming the candle of knowledge, where You will, after you're finishing your degree or your studies from here, you are going to enlighten the people's heart. You are going to enlighten the soul of the people. You will guide the humanity toward to recognize to recognize the God, to recognize Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the reality and truth of this world. They will recognize through you. You will be a reason, you will be a medium for them to recognize Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to recognize their creator. You are the best. You are the best of the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because وَأَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اسْتَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا. And Allah, only a few people, those who have been chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, can be inheritors of His book. His book meaning knowledge. So you are at a place, you will be rewarded in a way you cannot even imagine. Your family, your people, your generation will get inspiration from you, because you are gaining knowledge. You are attaining knowledge to spread the truth of this world.
Your journey will always be unique. You are never alone. We will always struggle. We will always face challenges. We will do all of it together.
Or close your eyes and envision being born in a car parking lot with your open thoughts.
The journey may be harsh, but it'll be worth it in the end. You will cherish this memory. You will celebrate the long-lasting friendships. At the end of the day, we will all lead the Ummah. Assalamualaikum guys. So we're still waiting for some members to enter. It's only 2:55. Hopefully everyone will attend, be here by 3. In the meantime, don't forget we do have a hybrid Gombak campus tour. So it will be live streamed at IUM Postgraduate Student Society's BGSS Facebook page. So if you are not here in campus, you may follow our journey on that Facebook page. Or if you are on campus, then we'll see you at 5:15 in front of the main stairs, the main stairs in the on the at the rectory. If possible, you may fill up the registration form in the poster just now, is possible, but if not, it's okay. We'll just see you there at 5:15. All right? Okay.
يا رب قد غفلنا وكلنا طمعون في عفو وفي كرم وفي عتاق وجنة مع سيد البشر ندعو
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And welcome back to literally the final session for Postgraduate Ta'aruf Week for Semester 2, 2021-2022. First of all, welcome back from Salat Jumaat. I hope that every one of you have do your prayers and had your lunch and rested well. Inshallah, this will be the final slot before we officially end our Ta'aruf Week for this semester. And before that, I think like it is just appropriate for me to first of all again thank you everyone for attending and participating in this Ta'aruf Week conducted by CPS in collaboration with other units and other societies, other units within IIM itself. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for those who attend, and especially for those who attend all 4 days. You are truly the best. Regardless, now let's move on to our session, which is a Ta'aruf group activity. The theme is Unity University for Rahmatan lil Alamin, and I believe, from what I was told, it will be, it will be a spiritually enriching one. And with that, I think without any further ado, I would like to invite the first facilitators for this session, which is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad bin Ibrahim, Assistant Professor Dr. Najahan bin Muhammad Ibrahim. Okay. I would like to invite the module facilitators to take over the digital stage. Oh, okay. I was just informed by the technical team that a breakout room would be assigned. Sorry, there will be a breakout room for everyone. Everyone will be assigned to their respective breakout room. I think I'll pass the job to the technical team to do so.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. I've assigned everyone to 3 different breakout rooms. And this session will be in charge by respective facilitators. So once you get the notification, please click join. Okay. For room 1, I see that nobody has joined. Okay. Everyone has been assigned to his respective room, so please join once you receive the notification, yeah? Tutup. Off cam kau.